like that. Definitely a good direction. We still don't have FSD beta.
everybody, how you guys doing tonight? I decided to add a risk disclaimer for trading, so make sure you pause the video later on or give it a quick read. Make sure that you understand that Forex trading carries a high level of risk. It's not suitable for all investors. Also, I'm not a financial advisor. If you need financial advice, please consult with a professional financial planner. And everything that I show here in this video is for educational purposes only. So if you decide to follow my trades, that's on you. I take no responsibility for that. Alrighty. So, well, I have good news. A couple of our people in the Telegram chat did some brainstorming today, and we went over the template again. Thiago was nice enough to add a alert to one of the important indicator that we need, which is really nice, because now once you enter a trade, you can just wait for the alert to trigger and then decide if you have to exit the trade or not. Also, I went over the template again, and I tried to make it as simple as possible, and I think you're gonna like it. Let's look. Here we go. Just close this down. So this is the new template. We have two bottom indicators now. Let me know if you can hear me. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. If you can, let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Just to make sure I'm not talking to myself again, like I did a couple of days ago. Yes. Hi, Thiago. I was just talking about you. So anyway, we got rid of the TMA band, we got rid of the EMA and the cross and all that stuff, and made it really, really clean. However, it's still a work in progress, so it's not quite done yet. I still need to find the sweet spot for some of the settings to make sure that we get the best results. That's why I'm forward testing it. Unfortunately, you cannot back test this indicator. But let me explain how it works. Give me a second. I actually took a screenshot of that exact trade that I'm currently in, that you can see on the screen, to kind of explain it fairly simple. It's really simple now. There's no complicated rules anymore. I mean, it couldn't be easier. Here we go. Give me one sec. Alright, so this is a screenshot that I took of that same trade that I'm in right now. Once we get the signal error, we just draw a line on the chart and look down here. And if those bars are over the white line, you cannot enter the trade. You have to wait on candle close. That's very important, because that bar can move a lot before the candle closes. It can go halfway up and can go all the way down, so you need to make sure that you wait for candle close. Then you need to see that bar above the white line, and then you, the bottom indicator, if you want to go long, has to be green or white grayish, whatever that color is. If you see red down here, you cannot enter the trade. And then the opposite for short. If you want to go short up here, you see we got a signal here. You check down here. There's no white line. It's above. You can't even see the white line because it's so far up. You check down here. You want to go short. So what you need to see is white, grayish, or red. We got white, so you can enter that trade. And then we add a second position here, and that's it. So you take two positions all the way down here. That's it. That's how simple it is. Technically, you don't even need the supply and demand indicators anymore. But I like to keep them on the screen just so I have a little bit of oops. So I know what's going on the charts. Like I said, that is completely up to you. If you want to remove those two, you can if you want to. And let me just close this again. And now that we have an alert on the white arrow, which is our exit signal at the same time, if all the rules apply, all you have to do is sit back and wait for that alert. I mean, it couldn't be simpler. And I took this trade so I can show you that going into the session. I know I said don't trade outside the session, but I got that set up and I was like, this is a perfect setup, and I can take a screenshot of the entry and then I can show you the result as we go into the live stream. And again, all the rules need to apply even if you get the white arrow. If that indicator on the bottom here is over the white line, or if you go long over the white line on the other side in green, you are not allowed to exit the trade. And now I'll show you why that is. Let's go back to, was that yesterday? Sorry, no, that was today. Okay, here we go. So this was yesterday, going into the session. Let's just go over that real quick. Sorry. So we get an arrow here. So we check down here. Do we have white or red? Yes, we do. Is that indicator within the lines? Yes, it is. So you can take that trade and exit the trade that you were in before. And then we get another entry arrow here. Is the bottom white or green since we're going long? Yes, it is. Is that indicator within the white lines? Yes, it is. Exit the trade and enter. Then we did have an exit indicator here to go short. However, now if you look down here, that indicator is still above the line. However, the bottom indicator is now green. So you cannot take a short. Also, you cannot exit. So you don't do anything. You stay in that position. And then it comes out here. We're still good. And then look at this. You get an exit signal up here. However, green, green. There's no white, no red, so you cannot exit. Then we get another bearish candle up here after push up. We're still green. So you wait, and then we get another push up and we get a bearish candle. And right when that red comes in, that's when you can exit the trade. And once we have white, you can enter the trade going the other way. That's it. So we would have caught that whole move from here all the way up to here. That was 160 pips. And I know this bottom indicator repaints, so it might have been that it was still white here. And it was within the line, so we could have actually exited that trade here. But then when we get here, we go back in, and we would have at least caught it from here to here. Because that bottom indicator shifts and repaints a little bit, but it takes a lot of time for it to repaint. So like I said, I don't know, because I didn't have that indicator last night, so we might have had a valid exit signal here, but then we get an entry signal here again, and then we're good to go. The only thing we have to make sure now is that we adjust the sensitivity of that band enough to actually catch that arrow. And that's what we're still working on right now. Just a little tweaking and fine tuning. Yeah, but that's it. That's simple. No complicated rules anymore. No TMA band and buy zone and EMA cross and nothing like that. You wait until you get your signal. You get an alert now. You check down here. Actually, when I took that trade, let me show you again if I find it. That's why I took that screenshot. Let me just find that picture again. Gotta make sure I'm not clicking on the wrong picture here. I don't want you guys to see me naked. Just kidding. Hold on. Let me pull this up again. See, by the time of entry, this is what it looked like down here. So we had the entry on that long bar, and now we go back to the chart. On this bar, you can see that it actually shifted a lot. So both indicators shift, but it doesn't matter. Because the good thing is, if it stays above the white or below the white line and you go short, well, guess what? You're not exiting, you just keep going. As long as that indicator stays below the white line, you can stay in that trade even if you get an exit signal. Especially when the bottom one goes into red too. Then you're really going. That's when you catch the big moves. Right now it's just ranging, and it even tells you down here, current condition is ranging, bottom right. In ranging conditions, we're pretty much good to go to take those trades on the arrow without thinking too much about it. But once you gotta wait for that confirmation down here. If you see a red bar above the white line, do not enter the trade. Once it comes above it, on candle close, very important. If you use that system live, you're gonna see that that bar shifts a lot up and down before the candle closes. So you cannot just assume, because you see a good amount of space in between, that you're gonna be good by the time the candle closes. I rather have you enter here, and then since we're now good and it drops on next candle, you take in a second position here, if you want to do that, to get a little bit more out of the trade. But do not enter before candle close. It's really, really important. That's the only thing you have to look out for. And now we're just gonna wait and see where this trade goes. If you have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. And I think we're gonna have a really good night tonight. I also have my other account open on the other window as usual. So I'm gonna take the same trades, just with a different lot size on my bigger account as well. Oh man, I totally forgot, because we had, let me change this template too, because I use a different resolution for, there we go, that's better. We had a late night or early morning discussion last night. I had a troll in my chat, and he told me that I can only tell what the market does in hindsight. So I told him I'm going to go over the 1 hour chart before the session starts and see if we can find a reversal setup, so I can tell you before what's going to happen. Yeah, odd cat. You can see on the 1 hour. Let me get rid of all this. We don't need all this stuff anymore. Delete. Let's make this a little cleaner. Delete. By the way, if you happen to have that new version of the template, you can literally delete everything but the white arrows and the supply demand zone and the bottom indicator. We need those two. I keep an eye on the gold trade on the other monitor on my other MT4. So let's go over the charts real quick. We can see here price came over. We got a entry signal for a short here. However, that was not a valid signal. See how that green bar is over the white line? So we wait. We got another signal on this bar, and now if you see that, I'm not sure if you can see that on your screen at home, but it literally just came below the white. Actually, on the next candle, it came below the white bar. So that would have been your entry right here. So I'm assuming that, what is that, odd cat is gonna go down in a session, because this is a 1 hour chart. So you could use that template in that way, saying, okay, you already know that we had a reversal here. So you go on the M5, and all you need to do at this point is wait for a sell setup. which by the way is confirmed by the indicator. As you can see, we had a crossover here, meaning we had a trend switch, and we were in the red down here, and right now it's consolidating and ranging, which means we will get an entry up here. And you already know that on the 1 hour it's in a downtrend now, so you can take the trade and write it down. So on odd cat, I would only take a sell signal once we get one. So I'm going to announce that before my session starts for all the doubters that tell me that I don't know what I'm doing. All right. So let's just keep an eye on odd cat throughout the night. My prediction is that we're going to get a sell signal on odd cat, and it's going to be a nice move. Okay. Let's just keep an eye on that. So there's my prediction for the troll from last night. I actually did not block him because I want him to come back so he can watch that video and tell me again how I have no clue what I'm talking about. Alrighty, enough about that. We're gonna check odd cat later. First symbol right here on the symbol changer. Just want to point that out before we go into the session. But for now, like I said, all we have to do is sit back, watch the trade to work out, and wait patiently until we get an exit signal. That's how simple this is. And again, Thiago, thank you so much that you added that alert, because I mean, it couldn't be easier now. It really could not be easier to trade with the system. You enter your trade. Once you see it take off, all you have to do is sit back and relax. You can take the seatbelt off and just enjoy the ride. And then when you get your signal, you check if it's a valid exit signal. And if it is, close the trade and go in the other way. This is literally from bottom to top. And you can do that all night, all day long. Anyway, and it works on all time frames. You might have to adjust the width of the band a little bit, which is the sensitivity for higher time frames. So you would have to play with the settings a little bit, but you can definitely use that on any time frame. Let's just see on the 4 hour where gold is right now. You can see on the 4 hour we are on an uptrend. Clearly, we have the bars above the center line, and you can tell by that green that we are above. If you zoom out a little bit, you can see that we had a switch down here. That's where the trend changed. And look what we got here on the 4 hour chart. How accurate is that? So you could have written gold up and you would still be going. Well, you could have exited here and then enter here because it was actually valid. So, but you would have lost a little bit on that. But anyway, I mean, what is that? 46 pips, and then you already made, what is that? Almost 400 pips here. And if you re-enter here, you would be up another 200 pips. So you can see how this works. All right, let's go back to, oh yeah, and let me show you my loss from yesterday on that new adjusted template, because we didn't have the filter. You can see my entries here. I had no business going short here. If you look down, let's zoom in a little bit so you can see better. Yeah, that's it. Can you see that? That was my first entry. Now look down. Those bars were way ahead, way above the white line. So with this filter, you don't go in there and enter sell. You just wait it out and then look. Even if you get a signal here, you look down, oh, not valid, and you just sit back and relax and then wait for the next signal, which you get here. Exit signal, nope. So sit back and relax. Exit signal, yep. And now it's red and we're white, so you close the trade right here. That's your exit. And you go the other way, and then we get an exit signal here that is valid. So you close the trade here, enter a position here, then it shoots down. You can add a position, that's totally up to you. You can add a second position down here, and then you ride it all the way up until right here. Here's your exit. Once that green bar goes below the white, because we already had 2 exit indications. So all you have to do is you can ignore the bottom one. Like I said, the bottom one takes a little bit time to catch up, but if you see that bar below the white line, that's your exit. I will not enter because this is still green, so you would miss a little bit on that trade. But once you get the white here and the confirmation, you would be able to enter here at possibly a second position here and then trade it down here for 30-40 pips. And that's it. That's how simple that is. Any questions? Oh, it's only Thiago. Okay. Welcome back. Yeah, so if you have any questions, let me know. I'm just gonna lean back a little bit and chill and wait until I get my exit signal. I run it with different settings on the other instant that I have of MT4 on my other account, just to see which one would work out better. But we did not get an exit signal on either one, so we just wait. And I did that before too. I did not take that trade, I was just watching, and it almost hit the white line here, but see where the white line is now. It just consolidated, give that band a little time to catch up, and then it shut down and you got your exit right there. I mean, it really cannot be easier. Entry signal here, you look down. Can I take a short? It's white. White or red, you can take a short. If you see green, you cannot. So you take a position here. Then you get a second signal here. We're still good. You gotta wait for a bearish candle. Even though we have the supply and demand zone here, you could probably, there was a little bit of a rejection. I don't know if you want to count it as a pin bar or not. This was definitely a pin bar here, the next one, so I would enter on the next one. So you would have 2 positions, and then here's your exit. Somewhere down here. With a quick 32 pips on 2 positions. Anyway, that's how the system works. Like I said, there's no complicated rules anymore. No more EMA crosses. No more team A bands. No more this, no more that. All you have is that one indicator that we have an alert for now. Option either supply and demand zone, so you can see this here. It's just like a roadmap, so you know what's going on. And then you just filter the trade when you get a signal. Do we have a go or not? And the rules again are, if you want to go short, the bottom indicator has to be white or red. If you want to go long, the bottom indicator has to be white or green. And the top indicator, it doesn't matter what color you see here, it's totally irrelevant. All you have to look for is that bar on that candle within the 2 white lines or not. If it's not, you cannot take the trade. Like here, let's zoom in here a little bit. Look at this move. You would have caught all of that yesterday. I went to bed before that happened. I didn't get an entry either, so like I said, with that other system, you would have not caught this one. But anyway, you know, you live and learn, you improve, and let me see where that, oh yeah, here. Let me make this a little bigger so you can actually see this better. So, sorry. You know, we got an entry signal here. You look down, Nope. Entry signal here, you look down, nope. Since the shifts a little bit, I'm assuming that this still said no, but definitely on this candle you would have gotten an entry. And then you look down, is it white or is it green, which is what we need to confirm. And it is white indeed, so this most likely would have been your entry here. And then you can write it from here all the way to here. That was 64 pips. That was today. I actually was in that trade, but that was before I laid down and started thinking my brain wouldn't shut up, and then I came up with this idea. If I would have had that template earlier today, I would have written this all the way up. Like I said, the only thing that we need to find now is a sweet spot for the sensitivity of that band, or the width of that band, so we're not getting out too early. But that's what we're working on right now. And the only way to do that is forward testing. So you would have to have a little bit of patience until we're finished. And once we feel okay with it and everything looks good, then you're welcome to have it. And then we're going to open the Telegram channel to everyone. So you have to be a little patient. I'm not going to charge anything for it. Until then, you can watch me trade. Like I said, it should only be a few more days. I just want to live trade it and see if there's any complications when we get into a trend, because I know we had a few signals on this uptrend. So I just want to make sure that it's desensitive enough to not give you a signal here, because technically this was below the white line. And then also want to make sure that it's still sensitive enough for you to catch a trade. I hope that makes sense. Once we find that sweet spot, then you can go at it, and you can play with the settings yourself. Actually gonna make this a little more sensitive on the one that you can see. You can see I just lowered the width of the band. I just want to see how that compares to my other MT4. Here I have a different setting. Here the band is a lot wider, if you can see that. Sorry. If you compare this to this, you can see this is a lot narrower, but also more sensitive to give you entry errors and sell and buy errors. You can also adjust the colors if you want. I just want to keep it clean, so I just made it white. I mean, you don't really have to have a green arrow and a red arrow. If an arrow goes up, buy. If an arrow goes down, sell. You know, you really don't need to have a color there. We already have the colors here with the supply and demand zones, and we also have the color down here, so I didn't want to look like a Christmas tree. But you can adjust it to whatever you would like. That's up to you. That's just how I like it. All right, let me, oh, is that, oh yeah, okay. Let me move this back over, so I have this open at the same time. And then let me pull the chat up and see. Nope, nobody here. Anyway, we're just gonna sit here and wait for the trade to work out. Like I said, if you have questions, don't be shy. Just send me a message in the chat. I'm happy to answer it. I really don't have to concentrate much on this. We're just gonna wait and see how that trade plays out. Yeah, but I think that setup is very, very clean, and I mean, really not that confusing at all. This is 1.3, this is 1.1. Let me find out. Is the volume okay out there? Because I did raise the volume on the microphone a little bit because people told me yesterday that I was a little low on volume, so I boosted my microphone. I hope it's loud enough this time. Hey, and I made a little countdown intro. I'm getting there. Alrighty. Like I said, I'm just gonna lean back and wait for my alert to go off. Thank you, Thiago. And that's it. Simple as that. That's another thing you can do if you want to really play it safe. Once you get an entry signal, you can wait for that supply and demand zone to form before you enter. And that would be an option to make the entry even more safe. If you want to use a stop loss, then you can do that and then just place your stop loss underneath here if it's a valid entry. So you can trade that either way, that's up to you. However you feel comfortable with that. Here we go. Yep. Like I said, if any of you watching could just let me know real quick how the volume is on my microphone, because I boosted it. I don't want it to be too loud, and I don't know how it's gonna be until I watch it tomorrow. And we're gonna be here for a while, so I don't want to like blast your speakers. And why is there 2 positions on there? That doesn't make sense. We only have 1. Hold on, maybe that's left over when I saved that template. Oh, give me a second. Objects. Maybe down here. There it is. All right, delete, delete, delete. Why is 1 negative 1? I only have 1 order. That doesn't make sense. Hold on. This is confusing me. Give me a second. Oh, actually, haha. Before I do that, let's open up a odd cat chart. That was the pair that we found earlier today where I said we're gonna get a sell entry, because we do have that alert now. So I'm gonna let this run in the background, and if you get an alert on it, which I think already happened here. Yeah, let's just keep it open here in the background. Let's see what happens. And this is set to 1.3. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna keep that window open. Oh, that's funny. That's also the pair that I have my FX book running. Anyway, if you remember, that was the pair I discussed before the session started, that we're gonna wait for a sell signal here, because on the 1 hour, it just made a U-turn. You can see that here. So I'm expecting a sell signal, and then we're gonna check with the new filter indicator, and then if I'm gonna take a trade on that pair. Where's my pips indicator? Give me 1 second. Oh, maybe that's on the other MT4. Man, my head is smoking from all the thinking. No, it's not on here either. That's weird. Okay. Anyway, this is gold on 1 hour. Let's go back to the 5-minute. Watch our trade. Let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, in hindsight, it shows you exactly the entry points, but trust me, when I entered that green bar was not there. It was all the way down here, just barely over the white line. Just keep that in mind. This indicator looks much better in hindsight than in a real life environment. Just in comparison, let me show this picture again, just so you know what I'm talking about. Man, I'm so glad I took that screenshot earlier. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. See on the entry, we need a little smaller. This was the entry candle. That was the first candle that was above the white line, closed above the white line. So that was your entry here, and then option here, second position here. And when we look on the chart now, you can see that was actually the first green one here now. So this repaints. That's why I have those white lines down there to validate the trade. And it worked like a charm. Yeah, like I said, just lean back, wait for your signal, check the filter indicators, and then if it's valid, just enter. That's all you gotta do. And why do I still have this? Give me a second, this is really irritating. Let me try this. No, that didn't work. Let me check the... I'll check this. I'm just gonna... Okay. Name. There it is. Delete. Let's leave those two. There we go. Now it's updated. Sorry, that was irritating me with a minus something when I just have one position here. That's weird. Hey, Andrian. Sorry, I just saw your messages. Yes, you can. I actually checked the market before our session started, and the first pair that I pulled up was this one on the 1 hour. This is the 1 hour chart now. And you can see we had an entry signal going short here, which was not valid because the bar was over the white line, as you can see here. So you can ignore that. And then we get another entry signal here, but it was still above the white line, barely, but it was, so you cannot enter here. And then on the next candle on the 1 hour chart, we had a little bearish, I forgot the name of it, indecision candle. And you can see that that was the first candle that closed right underneath that white line. So we already know that this was a valid sell signal on the 1 hour. So my prediction was for my session, which just started, I'd only trade between 1 a.m. and 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'm expecting in my session at some point that I'm going to get a sell signal. And since I know on the higher time frame, the H1, we just got a sell signal, I'm taking that trade on a 5 minute. So you can definitely use that for Forex pairs just the same way. You can use it for indices, metals. I don't know about stocks, so that's up to you. And yeah, the only reason I made that prediction because at the end of my live stream yesterday, I had some troll telling me that I had no clue what I'm doing. So, and I can, because I explained one of those setups on a Forex pair, the Euro AUD, I think it was. I explained that I would have done that on the Forex pair because we had a buy setup on the Euro AUD on the 1 hour right before my session. And I told him that I would have taken, definitely I would have looked for a buy entry on the 5 minute and write that trade up. And then he told me that, oh, well, in hindsight, you can say anything. And of course, and he was just completely doubting what I was saying. I was like, okay, well, I make a deal. Today or tonight on my live stream, I'm going to go through the charts before that session starts. And on the first pair, literally the first pair that I looked at on the 1 hour, I saw the setup right before my session starts at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I said, all right, going into the session, we're gonna wait for a sell signal on the odd cat. And I pulled the odd cat up on a 5-minute chart. We have alerts now on the white arrow. So all we need to do is wait for that alert to go off and then double check with the filter indicators. And if it's valid, we enter. And I'm gonna do that today, live, during the stream. That's why I have that window open and wait for my alert. Just so I can shut that troll up. Oh, we had an exit signal. I did not pay attention. Give me a second. No? Let me check on my other chart. There was no exit here. Okay, so on the less sensitive band, I did not get an arrow. But since that is a live account and that's my challenge account, I am going to close that trade here. However, on the other account, as you can see here, this has less sensitive settings. I'm actually going to let it run, and I only took a small position here, and it's a bigger account, so I can test this out for you guys. I hope that makes sense. This is a small account, so, and a challenge account, and I'm already back down to $5.92 on a $1,000 account profit, because I got into that trade yesterday before I had those filters. I just want to see which one is better suited, less sensitive or higher sensitivity, especially for gold. That's the pair I'm mostly interested in anyway. You would probably have to adjust that for the Forex pairs too, just to make sure that you get the sweet spot for each pair. And the only way to find that out is live trading. You cannot backtest this on the chart, so because all those indicators look way better in hindsight than during a live session. That's why I'm testing those different settings here. Give me 1 second. Sorry, yeah, but to come back to your question, you can definitely use that on Forex pairs too. That should not be an issue. And like I said, I'm gonna wait for a sell signal on the odd cat on the 5-minute. That's why we have a second chart open, just with that one indicator, because that gives me the alert. That's all I need. And then I can check it out with my main template here. Switch over real quick and then take a look at it, and if it's valid, we're gonna take that trade live. So now I'm really curious, because here on this account, we had the arrow coming in. On my less sensitive settings on the other account, I did not get an arrow at all. So I want to see which one is right. That's the interesting part of testing it. That's why I said we're still tweaking it a little bit and trying to find the sweet spot settings, because you don't want to have it too sensitive, but you also don't want to have it in a way that you miss the signal, if that makes sense. So, but within the next few days, we should get there. Did that answer your question, Adrian? Well, I guess the less sensitive setting wins. And I'm still in that trade on the other account. All right. Well, let's wait a little bit. If it breaks that high, and then I'm gonna adjust the settings even less sensitive than the one that I used on the other one. I think here we're using a setting of 1.0 right now, and on the other one, let me pull this up. This is from the other instance of MT4. We're using 1.3 on the distance. So that's the sensitivity setting here. So what I'm gonna do is once it breaks that high, if that's the case, I'm gonna raise this to 1.1 and the other one to 1.4, and then we're gonna check that out. You just have to dial it in, and obviously I wanna dial it in for gold. But like I said, you can use it for Forex pairs, and then you can also adjust the settings for each pair. You probably have to do that, so you have to test trade either on a demo account or with a really, really low lot size like 0.01, just to make sure that you dial it in correctly. Make sure that for each pair it works and you find the sweet spot. That's the only downside of that. But once you have that, most people only trade a couple of pairs anyway that they prefer. So it shouldn't be that hard to do that. You know, it's gonna take you a few days to adjust it per pair, and then you just do one by one until you got them all dialed in. That's all. But yeah, other than that, you can definitely use that on any Forex pair. Obviously metal, because I use it on gold, and you can use it I think on indices. However, on indices, that's a total different animal. I personally stay away from indices. I know people that make a lot of money with indices, because those things move like crazy, but I don't know how well that would work with that template. So I'm not taking any responsibility for anything. As a matter of fact, I just put a risk disclaimer in the beginning of this video. So I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a professional trader. I'm not telling you that you're gonna make money with this. You know, the Forex market carries risk, and you need to be aware of that. So it's not my responsibility. This video is just for educational purposes only. And you probably heard that all a million times, but I have to say that. But yeah, like I said, if you dial it in, no problem. I don't think that should be an issue. No, you really don't. You have your, this is, okay, let me scroll, zoom out a little bit so you see this. This bottom indicator is your long-term trend indicator. As long as you see bars above, we're in an uptrend. Once it flips over to the downside, we're switching trends. Once we flip up again, we're going up. Right now it's just white, and you can see here on the right it says ranging. That means it's just going sideways. And honestly, sideways is the best, how do you say that? I forgot the word. That's the best situation to trade the system, because then you can literally go up and down and up and down and up and down. You know, and each move, let's say here, I would wait for a bullish candle just to confirm. That's just me. However, then if it confirms and you can see this, you can add a position here. Like I said, that's totally up to you how you want to trade that. You can make up your own rules when it comes to money and risk management. But even if you just take one position here and you get out here, that was almost 22 pips in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, in 30 minutes. And then you literally can enter here again, go short, add a second position up here. Now you have two positions, and write this back down all the way down here somewhere. There was another 35 pips. In and out, 2 hours done. You made almost 60 pips. If you want to use a stop loss, especially on gold, you can see it likes to get those stop losses and then take off. That's just gold. And you can see this here too, because this was a valid entry, and then see what it does, it spikes higher. This is the way I trade it. I'm not saying you have to do that. I divide the lot size that I would prefer to trade with in 2, maybe 3 on this new system, because now we have that filter. And then I enter, let's say you want to trade 0.3. You divide that in 2, so now you have 2 positions with 0.15, and then you enter one position here, and then the second one here. Once you enter the second one, you just go, I don't know, about 10 pips away from that arrow. That's what I would do. You got to give it a little bit of room, especially with gold. And then that's it. That's how I would trade it with stop loss. Let's see. 10 pips away from the arrow. Yeah, you would have been good up here too. That's about right. You have to test it out and see. I only use a stop loss once I have both my positions in, and then I would put in a stop loss. That's the way I trade it, if that makes sense. So on my bigger account, I use, according to my account size, I use a 0.44 on gold. So I divide that by 2, and so I allow myself 2 positions, especially with that filter now. See, 0.22, and then I enter 1, and if I get a possibility to get another one in, I put the other one in, and then after that I set my stop loss on the lowest error, below the error somewhere, like 5-6 pips away from the arrow. But you have to, that's completely up to you. Your risk management, your money management, where you want to put your stop loss, that's all the way you trade it. That's in your hand. I'm not telling you how to do that. You have to figure that out on your own. I'm just giving you a tool. That's it. Is that fair enough? Like I said, on the other account, I did not get the error, so I did not close that trade, and I'm still in there. And I actually have 2 positions in here. Just test positions, it's just 0.01. Because obviously I wanted to test it out, but it worked really, really well. That was the perfect sweet spot here with that line. Because I watched the trade all day, trying to find the right setting here. And then I finally got a chance here, where it actually came out of line. All day it was not really coming out of the line at all, as you can see. Yeah, in the beginning, but I was not awake at that point. And then all day it stayed within the lines, and I was like, oh man. And then finally, right before I started my live stream, I got this set up, and I was like, okay, now I can test that setting, because that was just by intuition where I put it, and it was perfect, because like I said, as you saw on the screenshot earlier, this was the first candle that was above the white line. I'm sorry, this candle here, the bullish candle. And now it's the exact switch over point. So that was the sweet spot right there. On this bar, the bars down here looked like this bar. This one. It was just barely above the white. And also, again, you have to wait until the candle closes, because I noticed when I watched it, that bar does substantially move up and down before the candle closes. So you really have no other choice than to wait until the candle closes. Do not make the mistake and see that bar going up and, let me just jump in as I see this bar going up. Even when that bar was up here, it was still going up and down. I don't know how this indicator works, so don't make that mistake. You have to wait until the candle closes, period. That is very important. Do not jump the gun on that one. Because if you get in and then right before it closes it shoots down and then it continues down, then you're screwed. And it most likely is going to hit your stop loss. So don't make that mistake. Yeah, but again, in regards to stop loss or how you manage your trades, or if you use one or several positions and how you do that, that's completely up to you. I can help you there. I'm sorry. Oh, we're pushing up again. Look at that. Yeah, like I said, once you're in the trade, all you have to do is lean back and wait for your exit signal. And obviously we're still ranging. Looks like we're going to go down again. So we might get a signal here soon. So we just wait. We have an alert now, so that's awesome. Might hit that supply zone again. That's my guess. Actually, let me set my take profit right at that zone. It's not a bad way to set it. Not a bad place. If it gets hit, nice. If not, I just close the trade on reverse signal. And that trade, I mean, I have two positions. It's up 65 pips now. Again, that's only a 0.01 times 2, because that was a test trade. I just wanted to see if it actually works. And it did. I was really excited, and it happened right before the live stream started. I was dancing here and singing in a Telegram channel. I can tell you that. I was like, yay. TP, no, the TP is reversed entry signal. You can use the white line if you want to, if you want just a quick in and out. But I personally, here, let me show you what happened yesterday so you understand why that's maybe not a good idea, because sometimes things like this happen. So that was within our trading session. The first signal we get in a trading session is a sell. So you look down, and it doesn't matter what color this is. Ignore the color. All that matters is that those bars are within those two white lines. If that's the case, that's a check mark. That's a condition met. And then you look down, and if you want to go short, what you need to see down here is white or red. It's white. The bars are within the white lines. Entry signal, that's valid. You go in. And then somewhere here you get out. It was a quick 10 pips. Yesterday was a horrible market. But anyway, now with the new template, it would actually work. And then you get a buy entry here. That is valid. So you enter here. You could add a second position here if you wanted to. And then as price shoots up, so you get that demand zone. That's where I would initially, that's just how I would do it. I'm not saying you have to do it that way. I would set my stop loss originally underneath the lowest arrow. And then if you see that's demand zone, you can actually move your stop loss right underneath it. Maybe a couple of pips away from it. And that's it. That's how I would trade that. Because usually when we get a turnaround, you get a demand zone down here, and then you can move your stop loss from underneath the arrow. And you can adjust the size of the arrow too if you want to have it a little bit closer or whatever. That's up to you. Let me just show you that. If you go in here, I have it on the biggest settings because I'm old and I have bad eyes. So you can set this to 3, and now the arrows are smaller, and you get a little bit of a tighter stop loss. And then just pick the arrow that is the lowest, put your stop loss underneath the arrow, and if it's a valid entry, you should be safe down there. And then if you see the demand zone forming, if you want, you can move your stop loss underneath there. That's what I would do. But anyway, we get one entry here, we get one entry here, and then it goes up. And look what happens here as price goes up. See how the bars come all the way out and going up. That means we're going into a strong trend. So if you get an exit signal here, yes, these bars say, hey, you know, exit here. But these bars say, why would you do that? And then look what happens. That's the beauty of the system. So if you would take your profit here, see this? I mean, it would be a solid trader. There's nothing wrong with it, but you would miss out on all of this. And that's the difference of, this would be exit, 147 pips. I mean, if you want to cut your trade short, by all means, if you're done, and you want to go to bed, or you got other things to do, and you're up your 30 pips that you want to do for the day, that's cool. You know, you can do that if you want to. But if you have time, I would sit that out and ride that baby all the way up. Or, you know, until I get tired. And I mean, how much money do you really need, right? All right, so now we're coming out of the band on this one. Let me check the other. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna hit that supply zone again. I love this indicator, by the way. It's a free indicator on top, and they update it on a regular basis. It's amazing. And if you have that template, I explained it in my video yesterday. If they do update that indicator, you're gonna get a little message here on the top left that says that there's a new version available with a download button, and if you click on that button, it's gonna go directly to the website in the browser, and then you go to the bottom, scroll down to the bottom, download that indicator, throw it in your indicator folder, overwrite the old one, refresh, done, and that message disappears again. It's very simple, so don't be confused when you get that message. That's just an easy and convenient way for you to upgrade or update that indicator to the latest one. Yeah, but I'm really happy with this. Like I said, all those complicated rules and cross of the EMA and TMA band, and this is all not necessary anymore. I deleted that all from the chart. You literally just need that one indicator with the alerts and the two filters down here. That's all you need to trade the system. And be patient and wait until candle close, and do not jump the gun, because that could cost you money. If at last minute jumps below the white again and then goes against you, it stops you out. So don't make that mistake. You gotta be patient and wait until that candle closes. And again, I haven't tested it enough. It could be still turning around after that, and could be a false signal, but you definitely put the odds in your favor with this system. I'm not saying it is loss free. You might lose a few trades here and there, but I don't want to say that I cannot guarantee anything, but I think you will have way more winners than you will have losses. And the beauty of the system is your winners, you can't let them run. You don't have to close them down. I'm just trying to find the sweet spot so that actually allows you to stay as long as possible in the trade, because these indicators need a little bit of time to catch up too. They so-called repaint. So I'm trying to find that sweet spot that keeps you in the trade the longest. But yeah, as long as you don't get an exit signal, meaning that arrow and all the confirmation down here, you don't have to exit that trade. You just write it up as far as you can. It's really, really simple. Yeah, the reverse entry signal is your TP, so to speak. But like I said, I mean, if you enter here and then here it was, and then the second position here, and you have two positions, and you're up there with two positions, you're up 33 pips times 2. That's 66 pips for the day. Like I said, I don't know how you trade, if you have a pip target or not. That, everyone is different. If your target is 20 pips, then set your take profit to 20 pips, let it hit, and then you're done for the day. You definitely get 20 pips easily with this system, especially on gold. I mean, look here. If you only take one entry, you wait for the bullish confirmation, bullish candle, and you write it up, that's 22 and a half pips. You get an entry here and an entry here, two positions. So you need 10 pips from here. You're done. Like, what is that? Not even an hour, both ways. And then you get another entry signal here. You can trade it that way too. If you say, I just want to, make 20 pips or 30 pips and be done for the day, that's that's even easier. You enter here on one position. Here's 20 pips. Here's 30 something pips. That's completely up to you. If you do like a compounding plan, and that the system is perfect for that. I did hear about that. That's why, yeah, thank you, Thiago. That's why I mentioned that. because I know that some people have like a compounding plan, and then they only do a certain amount of pips a day, and then they're done for the day. This is the perfect system to do this. I mean, you will not find anything better than this to do, you know, your daily pip system or compounding plan, whatever it is. I trade differently. Like I said, I just, you know, I take my account size, which is, you know, 22K. So that's a 0.22 for me times times 2. That's what I allow myself to get into with the system. So I would enter one here, except in my test trade, that was a test trade, and then I would have 0.44, and then whenever I get my exit, I get out. You know, I mean, if I would have done that, that's 35 pips. Let's see. $35 pips at the moment times 4 times 10, I think. Is it? Yeah, it would be up 150 bucks. So on the next trade, I'm gonna put a little weight on. Oh, it's about to hit my TP too. This is my take profit. I just set it right underneath that supply zone. So let's check this out real quick. And again, this is just a 0.01 and 2 orders. That was just a test trade for me. Just wanted to see if that was actually accurate with that line. And it looks like it was. What up, Choco? I'm live streaming, sorry. My roommate just came home, sorry. Okay, let me catch up with the chat here. Does the arrow signal repay sometimes when... Yeah, it does. Let's say... let me, I'm gonna scroll. If you don't like it, look the other way. I'll let you know when I'm done. I'm gonna scroll back a little bit. We actually had that happening a few days ago, last week or something like that. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find it. Yeah, here it is. So we had price coming outside of the band, and then we had a pin bar, which is, for me, enough confirmation to enter. I would actually enter on this one, and then look what it did. And that's exactly why I allow myself to take 2 positions with that system. So I would have entered 1 position here, and then as it shoots down, I'm gonna wait for either a pin bar or a bullish bar to form, which we have here. So I would enter my 2nd position here, and then I would set a stop loss right underneath here. That would be my hard stop. 2 positions done. So your average would be right here, and then exit signal. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I have 2 positions and I'm up, that was over 100 pips, 110 pips. You know, I would take my money and run at this point. To be honest, I would not sit through this, but you know, that's personal preference. But if you have 2 positions here and here's the average price, and you get out on this candle, that's 100 pips right there, times 2. Like I said, how many pips do you really need, right? Yeah, but this situation is exactly why I do allow myself 2 positions. You know, so if this happens and it continues down, you need to wait for a bullish candle, and then you enter here, your 2nd position, and then you put a stop loss underneath here somewhere, and we actually have a demand zone right here, so we'll put my stop loss probably right underneath here, and then see what happens. And in this case, like I said, 2 positions, and the exit is here. That's 102 pips. Hey Long, how you doing? Welcome back, welcome back. Look at this clean template. This looks so much better than yesterday, and it's so much easier to trade. So, didn't hit my take profit. Let me put this back over here. Just want to have a comparison between the 2. Like I said, this is still part of test trading it and fine tuning and tweaking it. once I have that sweet spot, yeah, like I said, this literally could not be easier. That's pretty much the easiest system I've seen anywhere, to be honest. Get your signal, check the charts, and then you wait for that, you know, those bars were outside. You wait for that first bar that closes within, which was this bar before. You check down here, just to make sure that it's not red. It has to be white or green because we're going long. White is okay, green is okay, red is a no-go. However, let me show you this here. This was the run up yesterday. So we got an entry here. You look down. See how far above the white line this is? Yeah, don't even think about it. So you wait. And then you get another. We already had a signal. So this is valid. If you get one arrow, you do not have to wait for another arrow. So what you wait for is for the first bar to close below the white line. And that happens to be right on the top. Look at this. However, rule is this needs to be white or red, so we wait until here just to be safe. You can enter right here, you can add a second position here, and then close your trade here. That's 40 something pips on 2 positions again, and you're done for the day. Yeah. How do you like this system, Long? Much better, right? Much cleaner too. No more EMA cross and no more Team A bands, and this is so much easier. Because I noticed when I was live trading the previous template that EMA cross shifts to a lot as the Team A band adjusts, so that was not really very reliable. However, this would have kept me out of my losing trade yesterday. I showed that earlier, so in case you guys want to see it again. Like I said, I'm very transparent. I have losses too. I was trading 3 bullets here, meaning 3 positions. So I had 1, 2, 3 hard stop and stopped out. But my first entry was here. And look, on this new setup, I would have never entered here. It's the whole opposite. You get an arrow here. You would enter, add maybe a second position down here. I would not add a second position that close, but if it makes a nice push down, I add a second position. And look at this monster trade. Here's your exit right there. This would have been your trade. That was 73 pips times 2 positions. All right, now we got a signal here. Let me just check real quick. Okay. Actually, let me show you this on the other screen because I have my profit target right there. Let's see if it gets hit. That's why I left the supply and demand zones on there. That's just an additional confirmation, and visually it helps me to see what's going on in the market a lot better. That's why I left them on, and they don't really bother me at all. Plus, it's a good profit target to have, because yeah, got hit. No, did not get hit. Still in there. Let's see. Was it hit? Hold on, I gotta check now. Do I still have an open trade? I do. Okay. Why is this? Oh, did I only say? I said only 1 profit target. I'm sorry, I had 2 positions. Let's close this 2. And now I'm ready with 0.22 on gold. Let's move this back over. So yeah, that's not a bad place to take profit. That's why I left those on here. You know, it might shoot through. I mean, there was no reason to exit yet, but you know, take my money off the table. That's a good spot to do it right there. And it actually just came out, so we're most likely gonna get an error, and it came out of both bands. with the different sensitivities here too. So let's see. And I check down here. We're still white. That means I can go either way. So I got the green light on this bottom indicator, and the bar is still below the white line. So I'm good to go here too. So let me show you that in action right there. And I'm gonna put a little bit more weight on this one here now. Let's do 0.5 on the small account. And on the other one I have 0.22 ready. Like I said, I allow myself 2 positions. After the second position, I will set a stop loss. That's how I trade this system. You gotta wait for your arrow, and you gotta wait for the candle to close, and then as the candle closes, just make sure it's still valid down here, and then if it is, there's the arrow. And in this case, I'm not gonna wait for confirmation because we're right at a supply zone, and this looks like it's gonna form a pin bar. So if this body comes down a little bit before the candle closes, I'm gonna enter the trade right there with my first position. How's OddCat doing? Oh, just missed that. Well, it didn't give us an alert. Let me check the sensitivity setting here. 1.3, okay, well, that's good. Like I said, I have not dialed that sensitivity in for OddCat. I just put it on there now. See if I get an alert, because I would have taken a sell entry on this one, but that's fine. All right, let's go back here. Let's see what happens. Looks like it's gonna go higher. I know it just broke the 200 EMA on the 4 hours, so I know it's a really strong uptrend right now. If you check the 4-hour chart on gold, you're gonna see that it just broke the 200 EMA and just shot over it and straight up. So gold is very strong at the moment. And I'm shorting it. I'm not. I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm doing. Watch out, you're gonna hear that later. Oh, my alert was not on? Thanks, I didn't catch that. Let me check. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you. I forgot to turn this on. Ha ha. All right. I can go back now. Thank you very much. I did not notice that. What is that? Okay, so now we got the arrow here. Let me get ready to take a sell position here. And this supply zone is just a confirmation for me, an additional confirmation. That's why I left it on there. I feel very, very comfortable if all the other conditions are met to take a trade right here in the supply zone. I have no problem with that. However, this was not a valid pin bar because the body was way bigger than the... damn, it's late. I'm sorry. I forgot. You know what I mean. The body is bigger than the forgot the name of it. I'm German, sorry. You know what I mean. Anyway, this is not a valid pin bar for me, so I don't answer on that, so I gotta wait, enter on that. So I gotta wait for a bearish candle, that's my rule, or maybe a pin bar forming here. And I gotta keep an eye on that indicator here. See how this thing moves up and down as this candle moves, so you gotta wait for a candle close. There are 4 more buy arrows since the first arrow. Oh, those? You didn't see them before. They appear as the band shifts up, as price goes up. and this basically repaints and shifts up. That's when those arrows appear. So you did not see them as we went up. If you go back later on in the video, you're going to see that there were no arrows when we were going up. Yeah, so to enter this trade, like I said, this is a really good confirmation for me because we're right in the supply zone here. That is for me an additional confirmation. So we are outside the band, obviously, otherwise we would not get that arrow. And now I look down, and the first thing I look at is the bottom indicator. Are we white or red? We are, so check mark. Then I look up here. Are the bars underneath the white line? Yes, they are, check mark. So now I'm waiting for either a pin bar candle to form or a bearish candle. That's it. There's no specific candlestick pattern like a engulfing candle or anything. If I get a bearish candle, I'm in. And if it does shoot a little bit higher, I wait for the next bearish candle and enter second position, and then I set my stop loss. And that's usually it. And if you get stopped out, then you wait for the next one and go in again. Just don't get discouraged. You know, sometimes you lose a trade, it happens. But your losses, I mean, you know, if you enter here and here, and you put your stop loss right underneath that arrow because we did not have the box before, or you know, whatever I think there was another arrow here before. I think it was down here. You put your stop loss down there. What's your stop loss? And then look where you are right now. Even if you lose a trade here and there, it's not a big deal. So, like I said, I personally traded with 2 positions now that I have that additional confirmation. That means I can up my lot size a little bit, and then once I enter my second position, hard stop, that's it, done. And if I get stopped out, I wait for the next entry and I go back in again. Now see, this looks like a pin bar. When is the candle closing? Okay, we got less than a minute. So if this candle stays like that, that would be a valid pin bar for me. I would definitely enter on this one. See that? We got this long wick. Wick, that's the word I was looking for. You got this long wick here and a small body, or even going down. If the body stays smaller than that wick, that's a valid pin bar for me. Then I will enter that straight. Let me get ready here. We got about 25 seconds, so I will enter the trade. I'm not saying you have to. You know, I'm not responsible for your money, so that's all up to you. But I am gonna enter that trade if it stays that way. I always wait for candle close. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, let me enter and sell. And I took that trade on both accounts, just with different lot sizes. Since I only have $1,000 here, I could do a little more, but I don't want to. So I just use 0.05. 0.01 per 200, that's what I use. I'm a little bit more conservative. I don't want to shoot for the fences here. And now I'll wait. And if I'm right and it goes down, fine. I have one position and I write that position down. All the conditions were met. This is below the white line. This is white. So that's all go. So I got the confirmation down here. I got the supply zone here. I got a nice pin bar. That's all I need. Trade entered. And if it does shoot higher, then I wait for another bearish candle and enter a second position. And if I have to enter a second position, I will set a hard stop. That's it. That's how easy it is. Yeah, I couldn't think of that word before. Sorry, it was a long day. I was playing with this all day, and then when I wanted to take a nap, it was going through my brain, and I couldn't even sleep. So, of course, when I lay down, I have those ideas. Not when I'm sitting here and trying different things. I guess once you step back a little bit, and all of a sudden you get the ideas, and then I had that idea in my head and it would just not let me go, and I tried it out and it worked. And just you see, I entered that trade with 0.22 on my bigger account too. Same trade, same entry. And they're both live accounts. If you look up here, you can see it's live. So that's real money here. That's for the trolls. Oh, you don't know what you're doing. It's a downtrend. I'm like, yeah, we just had a reversal. Idiot. Anyway, that guy just bothered me last night. Right at the end when I was tired anyway. I'm like, really, dude? I don't know what I'm doing. Sure. Just gonna catch up with the chat real quick here. Yeah, answer that question. Yes. Sorry, I didn't see that. You have to wait for candle close to make sure that that arrow still stays there. If that arrow disappears, when the candle closes, you cannot enter. There's a reason for that. That's how that indicator is built. So if you see an arrow and you're like getting all excited and then the candle closes and the arrow disappears, you cannot enter. Only if the arrow is still there when the candle closes. The sound alert and pop-up alert for India is disabled and not get. Yeah, I saw that. That's fixed. Let me just double check. Ahaha, looky here. We are getting a sell signal. And why am I not getting an alert? Or did I get an alert and didn't look at it? Sorry, I'm tired. It was a long day. Let me just check here. No, I did enable it. All right, since we just let me leave my gold open on this window. Sorry, I can't see the chat right now, so I'm just gonna check odd cat. Look at that. We are getting a sell entry. And let me show you this again on the 1 hour. And I said that before the session started. We got those arrows. And right here was the first bar where it was underneath. This is white, so that was a valid entry. And this is also a supply zone. So I said that my guess is once my session starts, when we get a little bit more volume, that we're gonna get a sell entry. And look at that. And now let's go down on the 5 minute. I'm so gonna take this trade. I so hope this guy comes back because I have no clue what I'm talking about. And this time I predicted it before the session started. I just wanted that noted. Because he told me yesterday, oh, in hindsight, I'm like, no, I would have taken that trade. And I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. So again, same situation. We check down here. We're fine, no white line at all. We're in the white, so that's fine. And now we wait for a pin bar or bearish candle. This doesn't count, that's not a pin bar for me. The body needs to be on the lower end. Otherwise I don't recognize it as a pin bar. So we wait for the next candle and see what happens. And I like that we are in a supply zone on the 5 minute too, that's perfect. See, that's an additional confirmation for me, I like that. So now we just wait until it's done playing around, and then when it's done, we're gonna enter. And same thing again, I'm gonna take 2 positions, and after the second one, I'm gonna set a hard stop, and that's it. And if I get stopped out, I'll wait for the next entry, and I'm gonna re-enter right away. If I get stopped out 3 times in a row, I probably would stop. So I'm not crazy. Just want to point that out there, but I would definitely try to re-enter after stop here. Just got to be patient and wait until it's done playing. Now, if it keeps going up and this bar starts going over the white line, then that trade is not valid anymore. And that's why I said you have to wait for a valid exit signal. This was not an exit signal, even though we have an arrow. You have to wait for a pin bar or a bearish candle, and we didn't get that yet. So you would still be in that trade right now. That's why I said your exit is the reverse entry signal. That's the beauty of the system. You can close your trade and go right back in. You can literally do this all day if you want. All right. Just got to keep an eye on that bar. The moment this bar goes over the white line when this closes, it's not valid anymore. That's all. And you can see how that moves. Where's my clock? Oh, okay, here. That indicator doesn't really show the... It's a black font when you're not in a trade. That doesn't help me. Well, now I can kind of see it. 2 minutes and 44. Okay. I probably should get a different... Actually, let me switch that out real quick. We got pips down here on the right anyway. Oh, what is gold doing? Ooh, we're shooting up again in gold. Okay, this is interesting now. How am I going to do this? Hold on, let me do this like this. And do this like that. There we go. So now we can see both. Let me make this a little smaller so I can actually see it better. Okay, because this was just shooting up. So I was like, oh, we might get a second position here. And this looks to form a pin bar. Let's see, we gotta wait for candle close. We got 2 minutes. I wanna keep an eye on that because if that shoots higher, then gotta get ready to take a second position and set my stop loss. Of course, it has to happen at the same time. And like I said, the only reason I'm doing this because I was called out yesterday that I only can call out trades looking back, and I'm like, no, that's how the system works. And I tried to explain it to him, but he just kept telling me that I'm an idiot. I'm like, okay, I'll prove you wrong tomorrow. I'm gonna check the chart, and what do you know, the first pair checked on my symbol changer, odd cat, I saw that setup. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take that trade if we get a sell entry, and there it is. And I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. This is looking good. It's just wicking into so far. The candle is not closed yet. How much longer do we have? I have to switch it in again. I can't do that right now. Okay, I got a little analog clock here. Here I can show you. This is my clock that I have on the desktop. Because I cannot see the indicator. Sorry, I cannot look at the chat right now. Let me just take care of this trades, and then I go in the chat again. Okay. Not a pin bar for me yet. I want to see a smaller body like this. This is a perfect pin bar right there. This is not a pin bar for me yet, so if it closes like that, I cannot take the trade. I have to wait another candle. Yeah, I cannot take the trade. So let's see what the next candle does, and also I gotta keep an eye down here. Yeah, see, I could have not entered anyway because this was over the line when it closed. That's why see how important that is, that you wait until the candle closes. You gotta make sure that that bar does not go over the white line, and you can do that last second. So you gotta be prepared for that. If you're not quick enough, you might want to trade them maybe on a 15-minute or 30-minute or something like that until you get the hang of it, because that goes quick on the 5 and 1 minute. I mean, I personally don't trade the 1 minute either, don't get me wrong. Okay, so gold is going higher. So now we gotta wait for an error again because the error disappeared, so that one was not valid anymore. So let's wait for another error here. I had a feeling that's gonna shoot higher. It was so strong on a 4-hour chart, it's ridiculous. All right, now how much do I have? No, I got a few minutes. All right, let me go in the chat again. Yeah, okay. The current time in Florida is 2:06 a.m. Oh, you just saw it on the clock anyway. This could be a stop hunt too. Let's see. Where the demand zone come. Oh yeah, that's problem. Or it just continues higher and I'm completely wrong and get stopped out. That could happen too. Of course, once I go in with weight, I'm probably gonna get stopped out. Whatever. It happens. I went over that yesterday. There's no trading system that guarantees you no losses. You gotta get used to it. If you can't handle a loss, then you have no business trading. Like I said, I'm keeping an eye on that bar. And here I want to see a bearish candle now with an arrow, preferably. I make this arrow size bigger again, because that's my stop loss. I like a little bit away from entry. Now that's a strong bar. Oh, see, now we're above. See, I didn't pay attention to that. Damn it. That was not, I gotta get out here. See that bar? That was above here. I did not pay it. Stupid all cat. Yeah, that was not a valid entry, see? Because the bars are above the white line. I gotta rewatch that tomorrow if I didn't pay attention or what was going on. Or if that actually repainted. I don't remember, but I think I messed up here. So yeah, if you get an exit signal like this, you don't exit, obviously. Trading with Axel, what do you want to? What? I don't understand. I'm sorry, Long. Trading with Excel? How? Okay. Oh, you mean that pip system, like 20, 30 pips a day and then compounding it and whatnot? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sorry. Oh, look at all cat. And so far, the bar is down. So that would be a valid entry right there on that candle. And we got the nice wicks to the upside, so that's perfect. Now, if I get a bearish candle, that's good enough. It doesn't have to be a pin bar. As long as that candle is bearish, that's my rule. I mean, you can have your own rules or candlestick formations or whatever you want to do. That's up to you. Yeah, I had no business in being in that gold trade. Look at that. I did not pay attention to that. The good thing is we can just wait it out and then re-enter once that cools down. So now we get the arrow again. And this was, see, it was above the line, so you can't enter here. So let's just wait. You got to keep an eye on the bottom indicator too, just in case. Because the moment that turns green down here, the trade is invalid anyway. It's a nice thing when you're in that trade going long. That's a nice thing to happen if you're still in that trade that I just closed out. Because I saw the supply zone. Sorry, I just gotta concentrate on this for a second because I'm watching two at the same time. And they're setting up at the same time. I'm old. Yeah, but now we can see live how that system actually works. All right, we're still above here, so I cannot enter here. I should have. I needed that indicator last night. Cost me a good chunk of money, and I used 3 positions. That's not going to happen anymore either. 2 is the max and then stop loss, and then I rather re-enter. But now with this indicator, I would have not entered anyway. Okay, let's see what happens here. We got 3 minutes. Yeah, like I said, because of this, I cannot stress that enough. I said that before. You need to wait until the candle closes. You cannot rush it and take a trade. Oh, it looks good. It's only 10 seconds left. Trust me, it can go against you in those 10 seconds or 5 seconds. So you gotta keep an eye on it and wait patiently until the candle closes. You're gonna save yourself a lot of losses. And that's funny. I'm trying to explain that system and I'm messing up myself. I really want to watch that recording tomorrow because I want to see if that was actually underneath the white line or not. If I missed that or not. I think I missed it, but I could be wrong too. Maybe it repainted. Yeah, I can still not enter here. So far, and definitely not here. You know, once the price comes out of the band, especially like this, you can expect a sell to turn around. However, you gotta wait for your confirmations. And we're still above here, so I cannot enter here. And into the next supply zone. Yeah, I really believe that was a stop hunt. Let me just zoom in here real quick. So you can see that, because we had all this liquidity up here, from here and from here. They're grabbing that money. My guess is that we're going to, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not prophet, but my guess is that we're going to do a retest of the 200 and then continue up on the 4 hour. So it's definitely some pips to make as it retraces. It's just my guess. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. I have no idea what I'm doing. All right. So again, this is your stop sign right there. Bars above the white line. Do not enter a trade no matter what happens. You gotta wait until those bars basically cool down and come down. Then you're able to enter. And also keep an eye on the bottom one. Actually, let me make those bigger too, because this irritates me. It's my OCD. Huh? What? Oh, wrong one. Sorry. I don't like uneven things. It's just a personal thing. For no reason. I cannot even explain it. Okay. Yeah, there was no entry here. Yeah, I'm not too sure about it. Like I said, I'm gonna rewatch the recording tomorrow and go back to that trade and see if I missed it, or if I messed up, or if it actually was below the white bar. So I have to rewatch the video tomorrow. If that's the case, then I'm gonna lower the threshold a little bit and just go a little bit down on that line. Like I said, it's all a work in progress. I still have, the only way to test the system is in a live trade environment. You cannot back test it. That's exactly why I said I cannot release it yet, because we're still tweaking it. But once we get the settings right, you know, to a sweet spot where it gives you still more wins than losses, then we're gonna release it. it definitely gives you a good risk reward ratio, I can tell you that, even if you get stopped out. Now we're just patiently waiting. Let me see the 4 hour real quick, because that was crazy. There we go. Now this one is, I give up. Yeah, see, it just broke that zone here. It's in a really strong uptrend. But we are in a sell. That's a TMA band sell zone. That's what I was using until yesterday. Can't trust that stuff either. So why is this still a different template? Hold on. Oh, I didn't save it. Man, I was doing that at least 100 times today. Save. Fiddling back and forth with the settings and indicators and yes. Now we should have the same on the other side. There we go. Even on, see that? 1 hour, 4 hour, even on the 4 hour, it just came out of the band. So I'm thinking we're gonna get a reversal here and then a pull back to the 200 EMA on the 4 hour. That's my prediction. Let's see what happens. I just want to call it out ahead of time because I know people are gonna say, "Oh, well, in hindsight." Sorry for that. That was water. How you guys doing? You had a good day trading? Did you trade today at all, or any new trades long? Yeah, like I said, I don't even consider anything until I see those bars going down. That's a nice problem to have if you're in the trade, by the way. That's the perfect setup, you know, when you go long and then this happens. You just chill, relax, and wait for the bars to go down, and you don't even have to watch the price anymore. You just wait for that to happen. Before that, you don't have to do anything. That's what that system allows you to do. And if I would have closed that gold trade, like I said, I gotta rewatch that video tomorrow. I'm not sure if the bars were below or above, but if they were above and I messed up, then I would still be in the trade technically. Oh yeah, EU, right? Let me check here. EU. I gotta make this a little bigger. Nice. Yeah, see, if you got an arrow and then you see this, the indicators say nope. And then you see this, nope. However, you got the arrow and you're still out of the band. And then you see this, the first candle where it's in there. Maybe it was here, it doesn't matter. It would just confirm with this demand zone here. You know, somewhere here would have been your entry with this system. And you would have not exited here. You might want to get ready to exit now if you're still in that trade. Long. See this? I mean, I know you have your own system. I'm just saying, or at least take partial profit up here. That's what I would do. But yeah, that would have been a nice run up to here, 60 pips. Let me just go back to gold. I don't want to miss my entry here. There we go. All right, yeah, so far, no entry. Yeah, but see, that's it. Even if it did repaint, I only had one position in there. I did not even enter a second one and then a stop loss. I got out immediately when I saw that. The moment I saw those bars above the white, I closed my trade immediately. So your stops are really not that big of a deal. I mean, nobody wants to lose a trade, but it does happen. It's just part of the game. As long as your losses are really small, no big deal. I hope you're gonna get an entry here, because I want to, you know, 5-minute charts are usually quick trades. If you get out before the session is over, I can see the difference between that loss that I just took and then what the system actually gives you if you get a good entry. You know, like I said, there's no system that gives you a 100% win rate. It's just impossible. But this system guarantees that you have small losses and literally can let your winners run what you're supposed to do as a trader. That's what that system allows you to do. When I'm done streaming, I'm gonna rewatch this. I want to see this with the bars, because that nags me now. If that's the case, then I have to lower the bar a little bit. Maybe get a candle later entry, but that's not a big deal if it saves me from a loss, you know. Again, this is a work in progress. We're still working on it. I mean, we did definitely simplify it a lot compared to yesterday. If you watched the video yesterday or the days before, I mean, it couldn't be simpler. And it's so the setup is cleaner. You know, I love this setup, and it works just the same way. You longing GN, NJ, and EU, GJ, or GJ. Let me see, GJ. We got time on gold, I guess. Yep. See, GJ, that's 1 hour chart. Price comes out of the band. We get the arrow, and now we have to wait for we have white here, so that's good. And now we have to wait for the candle to close. If that candle closes above that line, you're good to go. And then you enter here, put your stop loss right there. 30 pips, and then, well, possibly here, that's 28, possibly here, that's 115. I would then make my take profit 1 when it hits the band or it comes up to that level, and then set my stop loss to break even at that point, and then ride it up all the way up here, or until I get an exit signal. But you can trade that with this system too. And then what was the other one? NJ. Valid signal right there. Bam. Price comes out, arrow. We don't get a pin bar, but we get a bullish candle. This is within the lines. We got white, so that's a go. That's an entry right there. Now what was it? EU we just looked at. Yeah. All right, let me go back to gold. There we go. No entry yet. Yeah, I had a feeling, like I said, I saw the 4-hour chart earlier before I started streaming on a different template with my EMAs on it. I was like, damn, it just ran right through a 200 EMA. Usually, you know, at the 200 it struggles a little bit before it goes up, but that it just shot right through. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me that you enter on the 1 minute chart. Very good, very good. You're gonna have a nice month. That's awesome. Good job. Yeah, for you guys that don't know long yet, Long trades the market maker method on, and he enters on the 1 hour chart, but he enters on the 1 minute chart. And he has crazy low stop losses because of it. So you can imagine if you get an entry on 1 minute with a nice stop loss and it actually does go in your favor and you trade it on the 1 hour, it's not bad at all. Just gotta make sure that that's really the top or the bottom, because otherwise you're in trouble. But he seems to be really good at it, from what I understand. He has 3 FTMO accounts. That's amazing. And he's going for number 4 now, if I understood that correctly, right? That's crazy. I mean, it's good for you. That's awesome. I think at trading 300,000, I probably would get nervous again. I just got used to trading five figures, and now I don't know, 6 figures. I think I would get a nervous hand again. That's just me. I don't know. I don't know. I can't even tell. We find out when I hit 100K. Anyone else out there, you guys have questions, please feel free to ask them in the chat. That's why I'm here. I said it in the beginning, so in case you were not here, we did create the Telegram channel today for it, but we decided to keep it with just the developers right now and the people that are beta testing it, because there's going to be some changes. Obviously, we see a change from yesterday to today. In my opinion, a big improvement, but you see there's work done on it, and it's still a work in progress. And once we feel comfortable and have it dialed in, then we're gonna release it to you guys. And then we're gonna create a second channel for support, so you can come in and ask questions or throw in ideas or whatever. We're all open for ideas. It takes some time to get. Yeah, with a big account money. Yeah. I don't know. It took me a long time to get used to trading with over 10,000. Yeah. I got a little shaky hand. I remember that, and then I got over it. And now I'm imagining having 100K. I probably would have that same feeling again. Should I enter? Should I not? You start doubting yourself, and that's a big lot size, and I mean, you get used to it, but still, you got to do it all over again. I mean, in a way, it's easier for you because it's basically not your money. I mean, you can lose your account, yes, but it's not your money, so it's a little easier, I think. I don't know. Of course, you don't want to mess that up if you went through the challenge process and everything. I apologize. I'm thirsty. Yeah, that's amazing. So now you're trading with 300K and now you're going for 400K? I mean, like another 100K on top? Man, I would have needed that indicator yesterday. Look how it keeps you out of the bad trades. This is amazing. Yesterday I just entered on a trade like this and it just went higher and higher and higher. And I was trading with 3 positions and then hard stop. So that stung a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, financially. So that's why I reduced it to 2 now, because now we got that filter method. So if you only have 2 and a hard stop, it's not that big of a deal. Trading philosophy, psychology, you mean, right? Psychology or philosophy. I don't know if it was a mistake. Yeah. You're gonna be a millionaire by next year. FTMO millionaire. Yeah, I'm gonna, like I said, once this is dialed in, I'm gonna get a feel for it and make sure it works the way I might do the challenge too and see if I can do that with that system. I mean, risk reward is really amazing on that system. Just hanging out at the supply zone now. Maybe it's going to come down here. See what happens. Yeah, and just to repeat again, you don't need another arrow. If you have an arrow, that's valid. You just have to wait for that bar to close down there. So you do not have to have another arrow on top here. Just to make that clear. Same here. Right now we have an arrow here and it's visible. If my entry candle closes and that arrow is still there, it's valid. If the entry candle closes and that arrow is not there anymore, it's not valid anymore. Because that arrow can disappear too. So you gotta keep an eye on that. That's important. Oh, we're going in the green here now. And this indicator takes a while to catch up, so I don't know. I'm not so sure about the trading. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see what it looks like when we get those bars down. Yeah, that might not be a good setup to enter short right now. Especially knowing that gold is so strong on the 4 hour. But then again, it's out of the band on the 4 hour too, right? Yeah. It's coming out here too. That would maybe be a nice trade to take on the 5 minute and then write it down on a 4 hour. I might maybe do that. Take 2 positions. Or just close half of my position if I only get 1. And then write this down on the 4 hour. That's something you could do too. You know, because on the 4 hour, let me zoom out a little bit so you can see that. Oh. On the 4 hour we are, I don't know. This looks like a strong uptrend to me. But technically, the indicators say yes. when in doubt, stay out. I'm gonna keep an eye on it anyway, but not so sure about that trade anymore. I might give it a whirl. I mean, that would be a nice trade down on the 4 hour if it works out. And a really tight stop loss, just like you long. Small stop loss, big reward. Still going. Yeah, or maybe I change it to, you have to see two bars underneath the white before you can take the trade, or even 3 just to be safe. You might get a little bit worse of an entry, but maybe makes it a little safe. Like I said, we're gonna work on it tomorrow and figure something out, and then just adjust the settings, or maybe just that line, whichever way we do it, and then I'm sure we're gonna come up with something. But it's already much improved than what it was before. If you've seen the previous setups or templates, they were definitely a lot more confusing. Look at all those pin bars. And then you can't enter. Me. It looks nice here, but it doesn't look nice here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try it out on the next trade with 2 bars underneath the line. See if that makes a difference. You can only do trial and error on this one. Like I said, you cannot backtest it, unfortunately. So I'm risking my money for you guys. It's really not that bad though. I mean, like I said, your stops are really, really tiny if they happen. But if you do get in a nice trade, it's usually right at the top, and then you can write this baby all the way down. So that makes up for the loss 10 times over. We definitely have arrows here. Alright, let's see what's gonna happen. Yeah, it's full on green now. I had a feeling. Yeah, now you can definitely not enter anymore. Like I said, I will keep an eye on it, but probably not gonna get an entry here. I should have stayed in the trade in the first place. I really wish I could go back and watch that. You know, if it's just barely underneath and then shot up, then I might make it a rule that you need to have 2 bars underneath, or maybe even 3 bars to make sure, you know. You might not get as good as an entry, but you're still gonna get in early enough to get a nice profit out of it. I hope that makes sense. We'll get there. Hopefully within the next few days. Stay tuned. I have some really smart people in that group, I have to say. I don't know if Thiago is still here, but he was asking me, he's like, do you want to do it this way or that way? I said, well, it really doesn't. There was a little mistake with the, not mistake, but it said like sell when it should have been a buy, and a notification that he added to that indicator, and I was like, it's really not a big deal. I mean, you see the arrow on the chart. I mean, if you cannot tell that this arrow says go down and you cannot tell it this arrow says goes up, I mean, then you have no business trading anyway. So it's really not a big deal for me. It's just a matter of getting a notification. That's the most important thing. And then I kid you not, 2 minutes later, he's like, oh, I updated it here. I'm like, okay, that was quick. So I'm honored to work with some really great people that have a lot of know-how. I just have the ideas and they help me realize it. Very lucky position to be in. Like I said, I just want to make sure that, why is this, huh? Okay, I don't know that indicator. I don't know why this is slower. Must be the pair, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Forex pairs. Like I said, my favorite instrument of trading is gold. I love gold. It moves quick, you're in and out, and like 2 days ago, one trade over 30 pips, the other trade 40 pips, the other 35 pips, and it was in and out, and within 3 hours we were done. 106 pips in 3 hours. That was amazing. Oops. Yeah, I save all those sessions on YouTube, by the way, so if you want to go back, I think that was yeah, day number 2. Do not watch the first one. Nothing happened. Spoiler. Literally nothing happened in the first video. Yeah, I'm gonna wait 2 bars this time just to make sure. I'm trusting you. You said the bar was below, so I'm gonna wait 2 bars now just to be safe. See if that makes a difference. Or maybe I lower the threshold a little bit. I can do it that way too. Let's just try the 2 bar method for now, and then I play with it tomorrow and lower that maybe a little bit. But isn't that much easier than the other one yesterday? Yesterday I came out of the gate with all those rules, and it's important to do this and do that, and the cross and this and the buy zone and the sell zone, and you had lines and EMAs and everything on the chart. And now look at this. This is so clean. It's so much better. Yeah, in case you have missed how the system works, I guess I mentioned it a few times now, but we wait the price come out of the band, and then usually at some point we get a white arrow, but then we have to confirm down here, make sure that those bars are underneath the white line, and we don't see green here on the entry candle. Otherwise we cannot enter. So far we only got the arrow. And then on the entry candle, we also have to make sure that that white arrow is still there. If it's not there, we cannot take the trade again. Then we have to wait for the next signal. That's how that system works. On the bottom indicator, if you want to go short, you have to see white or red. And if you don't have that, if it's green on that bar, you cannot enter. And we tried 1 bar below, that stung me a little bit, from what I heard, it repainted up again, so now I'm gonna wait 2 bars. Just gotta find that sweet spot, that's all. And I'm afraid you have to do that for every pair, that's the only thing. But usually, like I said, from what I understand, everyone has their go-to pairs. It's maybe a handful, if even. So you could do it within a few days on each pair, and then you're set. And just have a different template for each pair. And then you just dial it in, like I said. Demo test it or with really small trade amounts, and then once you have it dialed in, save it under that name, AutoCAD template or whatever you're trading, GU or whatever it is, and then you're good to go. And then you have a template for each pair that is dialed in. And every 6 months I will rinse and repeat just to make sure it's still working under current market conditions. So it is a little involved to get it set up and tweaked and tuned, but once you have that, it's a really, really easy trading system. I mean, it couldn't be easier, and you can write it up and down all day, no problem, like we did 2 days ago. I was already in a trade before the session. The trade closed out, we went in the other way, wrote it all the way up again, and then entered it again, and then wrote it all the way down again, entered again, and the last one was a break-even trade because I was tired, but it would have eventually worked out. It was beautiful. 3 trades, 3 winners, and 1 break-even on half and a little bit on the other half, and done. And that was with a messed up template with lines everywhere. So it's definitely worth the work that you put in for, let's say, a day or 2 on each pair and demo test it on a lower time frame. And then you're good to go. Save the template with the pair name. That's how I would do it. I mean, I personally only trade gold, so I only need 1 template, but you know, if you trade Forex pairs, you can do it that way. It's a little bit more involved, and then, but once you set it up and tweaked it, fine-tune it for each pair you set, and then it's just as easy as this. Sorry, like I said, that's the market. There's really not much I can do. So now I'm curious to see what happens here. This looks like a really nice entry here. Indicator still says it's a no-go. Again, like I said, it's a work in progress. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to enter here. Just curious to see how this plays out. Because we got 5, almost 6 wicks into the supply zone, and then we get this strong bearish bar. But I still didn't get my entry. Let's see what happens. I'm curious to see that. That's why we're doing this, to find out if it works or not. And then if it's not working, then we need to tweak it a little bit. So if this continues up again, then the indicator was right. If it continues down, we missed the entry, and this indicator is not fast enough. I wonder if there's a setting. Oh, there's a lot of tweaking going on. Even different time frames. Oh, I'm gonna play with this tomorrow. See if I can get this right. That is something I'm good at, settings, tweaking. How's the challenge going on the 5%ers? Yeah, if you just tuned in, we're still waiting for a valid setup. I mean, in a way, even if this is a little bit late and this would have been an entry, still, you know, it still serves its purpose because it will keep you out of the bad trades too. And you just wait for the right market conditions until you can trade that zigzag back and forth. Still not a bad thing. You know, I rather miss a trade than enter the wrong trade. So it still keeps you out of the bad trades, if you look at it that way. And then you have days like 2 days ago that I actually looked up on the actually, let me show you. I mean, we're waiting on gold anyway. Let me show you the day 2 days ago. I'm gonna scroll, so if you don't like it, I'll let you know when I'm there. Day before. Here. Yeah. All right, done scrolling. So we had a trade going into the session from up here, and now with the indicator you can see that that was a valid entry right here on this candle, or maybe on this candle, because that paints back a little bit. Even if you take the trade on 3 candles later, it's still a good trade. We jumped the gun on this one because the arrow technically appeared up on this candle, actually on this candle. So it flickered here for a second, and I was like, it's fine, it's a pin bar, and I entered, and then after I entered, the arrow disappeared. I was like, oh great. So you really have to wait until candle close and make sure that the arrow is still there. If it's not, then wait. And if I would have waited, I would have gotten a little bit better entry here, and it would have gone straight to profit. But yeah, with these indicators, see if you see that white, that's perfect trading condition for that system. And if you get lucky and you get a strong move, then it keeps you in that trade too. Yeah, and then we came up here, and I think we closed the trade here and then re-entered, and I was playing around a little bit, and that was a good trade, and then it came down. But even, like I said, with this indicator, if you would have had to wait a few candles, I mean, it was hanging out there for a while, you still would have made your money there. And then it came back down, and we took that trade again on that pin bar, which in hindsight, now with that indicator, my entry can, no, it would have, because that repaints. So yeah, maybe I would have missed that trade, but then we get another setup here, and then look, we're in the green now, and this just crossed over, so you could enter here if you missed that entry. It would have kept you away from that rejection here. That cost me to close my trade or set it to break even. I got stopped out. So I think I had an entry down here, so I closed half of my position when I saw that candle, and then I got stopped out at break even for on my other one. But that indicator would actually probably have kept me out of it. I would have missed that entry. That would have missed me that, made me miss this, and then, or maybe I would have gotten an entry here, and then a second entry here, which is my 2 entries, and then my stop loss is underneath here, and then bam. Bam here. I might have got stopped out here. Damn. I don't know, if I sit through all that, I probably would close out anyway up here. I don't have the patience. But then here we get an arrow going down. Yeah, I probably would have closed out on this candle here because I didn't have that indicator. That was not a valid entry, as you can see, even though that was a nice drop down. However, then we get this candle here, and that's a valid entry setup, valid entry, and then we go in here. There would have been another trade all the way up to here. That's another 84 pips, and then you're in the clear. You can take that trade going the other way. That's another 37 pips, and then you take it up again, and that's another 27 pips. I mean, how many pips do you need? Love the system. So easy. And you get good entries, so your stop loss is minimal compared to your winning trades. So you know, if you lose a trade here and there, you're still gonna walk away with some money. That's the beauty, and you don't even have to think about it. I don't even have to analyze the charts before because I have my long-term trend right here. That's how I see it. So long-term says, well, we're in an uptrend, and I already know that, you know. So I don't even have to go on the 4 hour and look, because that indicator says, yeah, no, you better stay out of it, only buy trades. Now if you do get a buy here and this stays green, and this stays green, even if it goes below, I would take that buy trade. Speaking of, let me check on, yeah, we definitely missed that entry. I knew it. So you could have entered. Actually, on this it probably repainted. So that was the first candle. This is the second candle. Let's see. We said 2 candle rule, so this would be 2 candles below. I'm gonna enter that trade when that candle closes. Then we have 2 candles below the line. See if that makes a difference. Let me lower the lot size though, because like I said, this is a test trade, more or less. Just want to see how much we get out of this trade. How much time do we have left? Oh, okay, 25 seconds. Let's test it out, why not? Let's enter a sell right here. And that, you know, everything else is valid. We are white down here, and now we have 2, well, for now we have 2 underneath here. Let's see. If those bars stay, yeah, they do. Okay, now they definitely are below the white line. Let's see how far that thing runs, or if it goes against me. Curious. Now we're clearly underneath the white line. Let's see what that does. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to enter on this one because it's still full on green here. I see maybe we can get a buy set up here. That would be nice. And then write it up a little more. Let me check the 1 hour on this again, just to make sure. Yeah, it's still a valid setup. All right, let's see. Oh, and just so you know, guys, this is a 0.01, just a test trade. I just have a soft stop loss, meaning I'm gonna close the trade manually if it goes against me. So don't come at me like, oh, you're not setting a stop loss. I don't have a problem closing trades. I showed that before if I'm wrong. So I don't mind doing that. And again, it's only 0.01. It's not a big deal. Just want to see if that trade would work out or not. It's just a test. I'm risking $1 or $2 for you guys. We started a few days ago, 2% up. How many do you need? 10? Sorry, I just saw a message. I got sidetracked with that 2 chart setup here. Oh, excuse me. I'm really curious to see how that trade plays out. Let me see if this different time frame works. I'm just curious. Let's do 1 minute here. Let's see what that does. If it even works. Nah, it doesn't even work. Oh, very funny. Oh, look at all those settings. They do nothing. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna stay away from gold, selling gold. This is like full on green on both of them. I have no business shorting that. 10% and 400 pips. 400 pips, that's it. That's not a lot. Maybe I should do one of those challenges. Maybe that's the next video series with live trading sessions. Let's try that prop firm challenging. I'm not going to do FTMO though. I'm going to do the other one that I told you the other night. Because they have way better conditions for the challenge. And you can make money during the verification phase. So... and it came highly recommended, so why not? Yeah, maybe we do that next. Prop firm challenge. I gotta tweak it a little bit more though first. Make sure it works. Let me see if I find that information. I wanted to give you guys that information anyway. It's basically a prop firm like FTMO, and they're established. I personally know a trader that trades with them for years and has a 400K account with them. And he told me about them and said that they're better than FTMO. And I checked out their website, and they really are. Their requirements are not quite as strict, and you can make the same challenges for the same money, up to 400K altogether, I think. And wow, look at gold. And you actually make money in the verification phase, which with FTMO you don't. So with FTMO you do the challenge, and then you do the verification phase, and then you get your account, and from there on you're gonna make money. With that other prop firm, you actually make money in the verification phase. Only 50% of you would make on a real fund account, but still, that's pretty cool. So all you have to do is get the challenge done, and then you're already making money, even though you're still verifying the challenge. Where was that? Give me a second. I'm going through my phone right now and try to find that. Oh, I know where I have that information. Hold on, let me silence my phone. I don't want to be rude. There we go. Nope. Oh, here it is. It's, I hope I pronounced that right. Fidelcrest.com or fidelcrest.com. FIDELCR. Hold on, I need glasses. Give me a second. Okay, it's FIDELCREST. Fidelcrest.com. That's the other prop firm that he told me about. You can check it out for yourself. It's basically, oh yeah, and they give you 80% instead of 70%. So you get to keep 80% of your profits. I think it depends on what account you're going for. I think they have a 70% account too, just like FTMO. But I mean, you got more options. You might want to check that out. And like I said, I know that guy in person. I met him, and he confirmed that, and he's a really nice guy. So I don't believe he's full of shit or anything. Oh, I can't even say it on YouTube. Sorry. Okay, look at this trade. Yeah. Oh, you know that one? Yeah. I got distracted. It doesn't matter. It's just a 0.01. What was that? Like 50 cents, a dollar, something like that. No biggie. So yeah. So there goes that criteria. How am I gonna? Yeah, I guess I have to fiddle with it again tomorrow. Or you just have to just not take a short if you see green and green, I guess. Just like that. Gotta take it for the same face value. Yeah. I mean, you could wait for something like that. And then maybe enter on this one. Or on this one. When you actually see a crossover. Maybe that's a better way to approach this. I mean, if you don't see like gold today, I don't know if it still shows that now, but let me pull this up again. Come on. Yeah, what is that? Oh, cat, no. Huh, really? Now that I'm out, it's going, whatever. Not a big deal. Let me just see. So you see the difference. So yeah, so maybe we should make a rule that if this, it doesn't matter if it's white or green, if it is above the zero line, you can only take longs, and if it's below the zero line, you can take shorts. But that would keep me out. No, well, I get triggered in here then, I guess. Yeah, maybe we can try that. That will work too. So if the bottom indicator is below the zero line, you can take a short. And when the bottom indicator is above the zero line, you can only take longs. Yeah, and when I took that trade, we had the crossover just here, and I got the signal right here. So, and I closed it out because I saw a supply zone, not because I got a valid. I think I have to go back and see that what happened here. But I mean, if you do it that way, then you at least would not enter the wrong way, even if it repaints. Because if the bottom indicator says long, you can't go short. I'm gonna try that. Let's try this. I hope you guys can follow me here. I'm scatterbrained, so if you have questions, let me know. So what we're gonna do now is test out that if the bottom indicator is above the 0 line, meaning you see white, or maybe white and green, and when in doubt, just zoom out a little bit and you're gonna see if you're above or below the 0 line here. So if the bottom indicator is up, then we're just gonna take longs, which would have triggered us in this one here. And because the bottom indicator is still above the 0 line, we're not taking shorts. Let's try it that way, see if that works better. Or something in between. Maybe I lower the threshold here a little bit. So maybe here, if it's above that threshold, you cannot take a short. Something like that. I'll play with it tomorrow. I mean, we get it right. Like I said, it's a work in progress, but we will get it right eventually. It's already a lot better than it was. Don't sweat it. They're cheaper too, but they're new. Well, he told me he's trading with them for a couple of years now. I don't know. Maybe I can get you guys in touch somehow, and then you can talk to him directly. He's a really nice guy, so I have no doubt that he would talk with you and explain it in detail. He was very open, very friendly when I asked him questions. Yeah, he has a $400,000 account. Maybe we can take this entry now. Nah, let's just stick with the only. I mean, it says here buy. Now it says ranging. I don't know. Let's just watch it, see what happens. That's why I said, like I said, it just needs a little bit of tweaking, and then once we can come up with the right rules and the right thresholds here on the lines and where it needs to be, that's something you can only learn from forward trading. That's what we're doing right now. But once we get that dialed in, I swear to God, it's going to be killer. Just need to know when to stay out and when to get in. That's all. And we're already a lot further into that than we were yesterday, so that's definitely a big improvement. It would definitely save my butt from that loss yesterday. That's for sure. So let's see if that works. So again, rule change. Bottom indicator is above the 0, we only take longs. Bottom indicator is below 0, we only take shorts, just like it actually says. You see on bottom right here, it says buy only, and here it says ranging. It basically tells you, no, do not take a sell, only buys. So let's see if we get a buy set up on gold, and then maybe we can verify that. I mean, it's a 5-minute chart, and it has to retrace at some point. So, see if that works better then. I guess that's a safer way to do it anyway. And when you see this here just going up and down, red, green, and this is white and pretty much at the zero line, then you literally can trade zigzag, up and down, up and down, up and down. Those are the best days. Kind of like what I showed you before 2 days ago. Yeah, let me pull this up again so you can see that. In here. Yeah, when you see something like this, up, down, and this is like close to zero and white throughout, then by all means, go to town here. You know, there was 1, 2, 3 trades, and then I was out anyway. I just entered the fourth one because one of my friends was asking me questions about it, and I explained it to him. Said, "Yeah, that's a valid setup. Just take it." And then I said, "You know what? I'm going to take it with you." And then we both got stopped out. Now looking back, see this? Nope, stay out. And then would have gotten an entry here and a second entry here, and you would have definitely made your pips out of this trade. How much would have done? Even if you only traded to here, that would have been 45 pips on 2 positions right there. So maybe we should, you know, or this was probably still red because it repaints back. So maybe that was what would have been your entry. And then if you look here, we actually get the crossover right there on both. So that would actually be a nicer setup. And you go from here to here, it's 43 pips. I will call it a good night. Right, let me go back. Okay, what was that? So that would have been okay. How to handle that? I guess we have to go by arrow and say, okay, if the arrow appears and this is full on green, we cannot take the trade. But if you get a second arrow and the lines are below and we have white, we can take the trade. Something like that. I mean, not that the trade wouldn't have worked out here, but you got to be safe, better safe than sorry. And like I said, if you get a later entry and still get a few pips out of it, there's nothing wrong with it. So maybe we have to do it like that. So wherever the arrow appears, you look down. If it's green, the trade is not valid, even if you see the setup here. And then you wait for another arrow, and then here it was. That would be a way to do it too. Yeah, look, Odd Cat is going down. Hey, look, my troll is back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the channel that makes over 17,000% a month in profits. Yeah, look, I called this trade out before the session, and you can watch that recording when we're done here. I did call this trade out. We were watching it all night, and here it is. Into the session, it went up, and here's your sell setup. And I did not call it in hindsight. But just for you, I have this Odd Cat chart open because that's the first one I found. Let me show you again. On the 1 hour, we had a sell signal right here. So I said, when it goes into the session, it's going to go up and we're going to get a sell setup. And look what it did. On the 5 minute, right there, it went up, and here's our sell setup. I'm not in the trade, but I did call it out. I don't trade Forex. I trade gold. I told you that yesterday. I was in a test trade, and I went out of it, but I called this trade out before the session started. And you can, like I said, you can watch the recording. I called it out, just like I did yesterday with Euro AUD. I hope that settles it. But like I said, what do you care? I mean, you're making 17,000% a month, so you're set, right? Actually, now that I have said that, I'm gonna boot you from the chat and you will not see any more videos from my channel. So that now that this is settled, okay? And you can trade your 17,000% per month system that you're using, and you can be happy with what you have. Does that sound fair? Because you definitely don't need to have what I have here. Okay? Yeah. Let's see who the loser is. Good luck with your trading, okay? Where is he? All right, that's done. And report. There we go. All right. So you have fun with your 17,000% trading system. You will definitely not see any more videos from me, I can tell you that. Now I called it out like he asked me to, and it's still not enough for him. So I don't want to deal with people like that. If you can take a free nugget that we put so much work into it and just talk it down because we don't know what we're doing, you have no idea who you're even talking to. I don't want to deal with people like that, sorry. So I'll figure that out. I ban him later. Yeah, that's what he said yesterday. That was the guy that tried to troll me last night. I'm like, yeah, sure, okay, what are you doing here then? Even one of the other guests in the chat said, so what are you doing watching this video if you're making 17,000% a month? Why are you sitting here at night watching the video? And then I told him, I said, look, this is why I would have taken this trade, because pre-session, you see the setup, you wait for your setup to happen, and there it is. Or, well, hindsight, anyone can say that. So I was like, all right. So today when I started the session, I looked through the Forex pairs, and the first one, all cat, pops up with a sell setup. So I said, it goes into the session, and it's going to go up, and we're going to get a sell setup, and that's exactly what happened. And I called that before the session even started. But he said I was full of whatever, you know what I mean? And I have no clue what I'm talking about. I made over 70% profit the last 2 months. I went from 1,000 to 3,500 in 2 months on a real account, but I don't know what I'm doing, you know? I said, what is your percentage? And he told me he makes 17,000%. I'm like, yeah, okay. It's just an idiot, you know. I mean, if it's true, wow, you know, but then I wouldn't sit on YouTube and watch videos. I'm originally from Munich, Germany, and I'm in Florida now. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I was like, okay, all right. But you know what? Maybe we got a buy setup here now. Because, again, we're still above the zero line. And let's see what happens here. That could actually work out. Kind of like what I was looking for in gold. Maybe we get this here too. That stays above the zero line, and then we get an arrow on the other side, and then take it further down on the retracement. What do I do in Florida? I live here. Why can't I be here? Sorry, my roommate is snoring. yeah, he was more funny than anything. And I was sitting here, I'm like, what are you doing here then? Like, what are you getting out of this? I'm trying to help people, and then he says, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna prove you wrong. Tomorrow in the session, I'm gonna look over Forex pairs and find one similar setup. And I did, and I called it out, and you can go back and the recording, it's gonna be on YouTube. Because he didn't believe me. Well, in hindsight, anybody, yeah, I'm like, okay, buddy, whatever. You go make your 17,000% a month and just leave me alone. I don't need to talk to you. I am working. I also have a green card, so. Yeah, I'm in Florida, southeast Florida. That's as specific as I go. I don't want to go into details. I run a karaoke company, and I trade Forex. Let me see, maybe this is just a retracement, we can catch a trade up. Because this is still above the zero line, so see what happens here. That would definitely be a valid setup then. And maybe we get the same thing on gold and get the next leg up. Maybe a retest here, and then off we go. I'm an okay singer. I'm not a great singer, I guess. I mean, I can sing a little bit, but obviously I'm not a pop star and I'm not an American Idol, so I'm not that great, in my opinion. It's just fun, you know. It's a fun job. Plus, it gives me enough time during the day to do whatever I need to do during the day. And I can trade Forex comfortably on my own time. It's perfect. I come home from work, and that's basically when my session starts anyway. So it's a perfect yeah, you know what I mean. I'm tired, I'm sorry. Where are you from? 6 years now. I'm assuming you're a trader too, FX. Where are you from? Is that an interview or Afghanistan? Okay. Cool. Uh-huh. Look at that. Let's test this out actually. So, you know, we are above the zero line and then we get a buy setup. And the color here doesn't matter. Let's see. What are the settings here again? Sorry, I just gotta check this real quick. Oh, 1 point. That's a little. Yeah. Let's give it a shot. Let's just do a test trade here. I'll be right back in the chat. I'm sorry. How much longer do we have? 1, 2. Oh, 4 minutes. All right. I don't know. I don't know what you shall do. You should never follow someone you don't know on YouTube with a trade. That's what I would do. You don't know who I am. You don't know what I do. So I'm not a signal service. I'm doing test trades here, testing a strategy. So I have no clue how this is going to work out. This is a work in progress. I think it's good, but I cannot guarantee anything. I'm testing something. This is a work in progress. We're trying to get this together. That's it. So what you do is up to you. I'm not telling you to buy or sell anything. I tell you what I would do, and I'm gonna take a test trade, but I have no idea how it's gonna work out. What you do, that's you do you and I do me. That's how this works. I hope I made that very clear. If you want that, you need to go to a signal service. I'm not a signal service. Oh, is that your other account? All right. The troll is back. All right, bye-bye. Same guy, different username. Wow, he got time on his hands. You should be trading, making a 17,000% a month. What an idiot. My God. If I would be a 17,000% per month trader, I would do different things than haunting other people on freaking YouTube. Jesus Christ. All right. There we go. Boom. Report it. Enjoy your banned account on YouTube. I hope it was worth it. What's wrong with some people? I'm very transparent here. I tell you exactly what I'm doing here. I'm telling everyone this is a work in progress. I'm not claiming anything. I'm losing trades right in front of you because I'm testing this out, because I'm trying to make that better and give it away for free. And then I have people harassing me for no reason. My God. Some people are just plain stupid. For real. Yeah. There you go. See you later. Bye-bye. I don't even want to waste my time with that. Idiot. You know, he thinks what I'm doing is wrong and I don't know what I'm doing. Then I prove him wrong and I'm still a loser and I'm still an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about. And he got nothing else to do than harass me. You need to get a life, buddy. Which you should have with 17,000% profit a month. My God. Sorry, I just can't laugh. I can only laugh about that. I'm really a very, very calm person, but some people just unbelievable. Ah, I missed my entry. Whatever. Damn, look at that spread. We're just testing out anyway. Let's see how that goes. Why is he asking me how to enter a trade or not, if he's so good at it? Just trying to troll, that's all it is. Some people really need to get a life. I got more important things to do than that. How's my volume today? The microphone volume? I boosted it up a little bit because I think it's a little bit low in the recordings. So I tried to boost it. Is it louder now? Is it good or? I'm just curious, trying to get the right volume there. Or is it too loud now? It's good? Alright. Yeah, I thought it was a little low when I watched the recordings. I had to turn my volume up a little bit. So I boosted it a little bit, see if that's better today. I'm really curious how that's gonna end up working out or not. Maybe the guy's just jealous. I don't know. I don't care. I really don't. Doesn't bother me either way. It would be nice if we get a setup here. Because this ain't coming down anytime soon. I'll just check. I forgot the settings here. One and settings here are one. Huh. Let me try 1.3. There we go. And that probably deletes that error. Oh no, it's still here. No, now it's gone. Okay. Let's see if we get another one. Yeah, maybe one is a little bit too tight. Actually, let me see. I'm gonna move this over to my other screen here. Make this full screen again too. Blue. There it goes. Sorry for that. Oh, okay. I just want to see something real quick. I'll be right back in the chat. I'm sorry. It's a little too tight. Let's see. Sorry, I'm playing with the settings here. I'm just curious. Just had an idea. Huh. All right, let's try this. Okay. I'm trying 1.7 now, a little bit. Because I think the original default setting was 2, but 2 is definitely too wide. Just want to see what it looks like with 1.7. What the? Give me a sec. Did I? This is my, oh yeah, I did. Okay. Just go out a little bit. Huh. That's actually better. Yeah, I need to get out of this trade. I forgot I was still in there. I'm sorry. So yeah, I what I did now is I widen the band, and it actually makes it look a lot nicer. Yeah, I mean, you have no business taking long here anyway, but you could have gotten in here. And you don't take a short here either. So that would not be valid, and then you would get a signal here. That's actually not bad at all. That was 21 pips. Are you serious? Let's see. 22 pips. Who in the right mind would trade all cat? That's 14 pips. Wow. That's why I trade gold. All right, let me just close that because. Whoop. I'm gonna go back to gold. A whole day for 22 pips. Wow. So, is that the same setting? Yeah. Maybe I should set it wider. Question is, would I have gotten that error here? Let me try 1.6. Okay, now I have 2 here. Okay, that's good. 2 here. Definitely one here, definitely one there. And I never would have. Maybe it's better to go white. All right, let's test this setting. 1.6 for this. See what that does. That would have made that a valid sell setup. Let's see if we get it. Nah, because we are still green. Okay, never mind. Definitely not a good sell setup. Here it is though. Let's see if we get a second arrow, at least. Maybe we got a little double top here. Okay, sorry. Back in the chat. Yeah, I apologize. Like I said, this is a work in progress. We're still trying to tweak it and get the settings right. And unfortunately, you cannot backtest the system. You have to forward test it. And that's exactly what we're doing here. And by all means, if you make 17,000% a month, you do not have to sit here and waste your time. Or my time, for that matter. Sorry, I can't help it. I'm petty like that. So but now I don't get that arrow anymore, and I don't get that arrow anymore. Okay, nah, I can't use that. Let's try 1.5. It's just a matter of finding the sweet spot here. Nope. Well, too wide. 4. Yeah, it definitely keeps you out of bad trades, so you just don't take a short when it's green, wait for buy setup. It definitely is going to keep you out of the bad trades. It might keep you out of a few good trades too, but I guess that's worth it in the end. I'm thinking here. I mean, technically, if it hits the band, and even if you don't get an arrow, but if you look down here, you see the cross. Let's say we don't get an arrow here, but we see this and it hits that band. Maybe you don't necessarily need an arrow. I mean, you can visually see it hitting the top here. Then I could widen it a little bit and we could stay in the longer trades a little bit longer. Yeah, let me try that. Let's do 1.5. That's still enough for the band to get hit and get hit down here. Maybe that's a better way to go. All right. Yeah, I apologize. Like I said, this is a work in progress, but we're gonna get there within the next few days, I'm sure. And then you guys you'll be able to play with it yourself. It's just a matter of getting the right settings and forward testing it. I mean, technically, if you paid attention, you could probably put it together yourself. I don't hide the names of the indicators or anything. If you can't wait. But I take no responsibility. Like I said, we're not done yet, so I'm just going to put that out as a disclaimer. It's a work in progress. And if I were you, I would wait for that. Or if you feel like you can do it better, then maybe you can tweak it yourself. If you do so, let us know. If you find a better way to trade this, then by all means, we're open for feedback. Yeah, I think 1.5 actually might be the sweet spot here. Let's see. But no, I would not take a short here. Yeah, I would definitely not take a short, even if this looks okay with the bar underneath here on that signal candle and everything, but this is a little bit too strong for me to take a short. I'd rather set that trade out. Now this one would have been a nice one if you look here, and we were actually in that trade. I just closed it at the supply zone without a valid, like I said, I gotta go back and watch the recording, but I think it was actually over the bar here too. But definitely this is the better way to go if you want to go long. And you see this already crossed over, and then you see the bars coming in. I think that's the better way to go. That's a safer trade setup. And it's kind of similar here too. It's very flat here, which is a good thing. That means we're really ranging. And then you get this confirmation here. So that's definitely the better way to trade it. Yeah, just don't force a trade. If you don't have a nice setup, just don't trade it. Like in this case here, it might work out and come down to the bottom here, but I mean, why would you put your money at risk here when everything is saying, hey, we're green? There would be no point. I'd rather trade those setups. And then I really want to see a recording. I want to see what happened here. That's a good thing. When you record, you can actually go back and analyze it. That's a good thing too. Yeah, and if you get a hit here on the band, even if you don't have an arrow, I mean, if you look down here, you see the crossover, you see this white and going down, you could still enter a trade right here, even if you don't get the arrow. You know there would be one if you just tighten the band a little bit. You know, you don't have to physically get an arrow there to know that that would be a setup. If you see this, you know, and then you take the bearish candle, and then down you go. What happened? What do you mean? What happened? Our gold is in a strong uptrend. I closed the trade here because we hit the supply zone, which was still a good run. I mean, from here to here, what was that? I think we went in the other way here. Now we closed it right underneath, so that was like 42 pips. And then I took an entry here going short. And again, like I said, I have to watch the recording. The moment the second candle formed, this was all above the line again. And when I entered, it was below. So what we did, or what I decided to do, is to just not take a short when the bottom indicator is above the zero line, even if it's not green, because I think at that time it was white, that's for sure. Otherwise I would not have taken that trade. So you just don't take a short when this indicator, you see this zero line here? I mean, there's no zero line, but that's where the zero line is. Obviously, if it's green, it's above zero. So we just don't take a short here. However, you could still use that in your advantage when it comes down and gives you a buy signal, and this is still in the green. That might be something to, like I said, I have to see. I have to test it out. I just was going over the chart and I said, these are way better setups when you see, you know, all the bars pretty much around zero, and you know it's just gonna go zigzag. You know, even without an arrow, you can enter on this candle. It hits the band, you enter here, you take it down here. That's your profit target, and then you see this crossing over here, and this is still flat. So you get a bullish candle and you take it up here again to the other side. It's another 28 pips, and then you get an arrow here. Here's your bearish candle confirmation. You see the cross over here. Take it back down, hit another 33 pips. I think that's a better way to go. Wait for those kind of setups or continuation trades. So just the bar being underneath the white line is not enough, unfortunately. or so I think. I mean, we're gonna find out here. Yeah, and like I said, I cannot remember if I looked at the bars when I took that entry here. So I have to go back later on or tomorrow and watch the recording and see what the situation here was. I'm actually... Why do I have so many messages? Oh, my troll was back. I have a hater. I'm not even at 50 subscribers and I already have a hater. I feel very popular right now. It's just some... I can't say it on YouTube. I don't know what his problem is. I don't care. I don't have time for that anyway. But anyway, yeah, when I entered that trade, I cannot remember if this was below or not. I think Long said it was above. No, it was below, and then repainted as this candle shot up. So, but you guys have a DVR feature. I actually enabled that, so you could actually go back to that moment right now and look it up and let me know. And then I think you can come forward again. I can't do it here, but I think you guys can. Yeah, I haven't hated. I don't even know why. I didn't do anything. No, I don't. No idea. I don't know what his problem is. Maybe he wants to do his own channel and no idea. Jealousy, or maybe he is a 17,000 per month profit trader and just laughs at me. Maybe that's just what it is. And you know, if that's the case, I don't even blame him. If I would make 17,000%, I would make fun of myself too. I don't know. I have no idea what his problem is. I don't care. I really don't care. I have so many other things to do. I couldn't care less. So... Or what we also could do is, if we get that arrow and there's this green, and then we get a retest here, and there's this red, maybe we could take it on the retest. I mean, we got the supply zone built up here, so maybe that would be the right way to trade this. I don't know. I think if you really want to play it safe, you just trade longs when this is above and trade shorts when this is in the red or below. That's the safest way to do it. Or trade the zigzag when it's flat like this. Yeah, if you get into a situation like this, you know, even without the arrow, hits there, you see it crossed over, you see this going down, then you got to go to enter here and you just take it down to the other side and play your zigzag for 2-3 trades in a row, and then get a fourth one up. I mean, that's not bad at all. And this was a valid entry too. You see those arrows, and then I showed you that screenshot. Maybe just wait for confirmation that this actually turns green, which it probably did on this candle here, and then just repaint it back. But even if you take it here, that's still a nice trade. That's 70 pips up to here. So, and now with those wider settings, we probably would not even have gotten an arrow here, because I just changed the settings and made the band wider. So we're not even getting an arrow here anymore. So we might have not even gotten an arrow here, and could have been still in that trade. I mean, I definitely would exit here at this point if I see this. You know, that's a good run. Even if you end on this candle, it's still 70 pips. You know, if you just wait for the green to kick in and you enter 5 candles later, you're still making bank. You know, and anywhere you exit here, you made, what is that, 66, 77, 85 pips. So maybe that's the safer way to do it. Get your arrows and then wait for this at least to show you one green, which probably happened right around here somewhere. And then you take the trade from there. I think that's the way to go. And then here, same thing. You know, you probably got the first red looking back right around here, so you enter the trade here. No big deal. I mean, what are you gonna lose? 3 pips, 4 pips? You can still take it all the way down here. That might be the better way to go. Because I know this indicator takes a long time to adjust or repaint or whatever you want to call it. So maybe if you just use this indicator, the top indicator, and then you get your arrow and then you wait for your first green here on candle close and then take it from here or from here. You're still good to go. Gotta see. I gotta think about it. I'll play with it tomorrow. It's just a matter of, like I said, tweaking it and finding the right settings or the right entry criteria and to make it as safe as possible. And then, you know, even if you have to skip a few trades, when in doubt, stay out. Let's see what that does now. Actually, you know what? Let me take a screenshot real quick, because I want to see what that looks like tomorrow. New. So I can have a comparison. Because if by tomorrow this is all white and crossing over here at this point, then I know I cannot use this indicator. But this would be a possibility when you get like 3 arrows and then you get a retest here and you see the red. You could exit your trade here and then take it down right there. That's still a good run. I mean, if you go in here and then go out here, what is that? That's 80 pips. That's not bad. Oh, sorry. If you go in here a little later, yeah, still does. You definitely have about 75 pips here if you do it that way. And now that we have the band width set higher, we might have not even gotten an error here. Like I said, I watched the recording tomorrow, not tonight anymore, but tomorrow, and look at it and then compare the screenshot that I just took with the what it looks like tomorrow, and then I'm gonna work on it and see if this bottom indicator makes sense or not. Because if that bottom indicator shows tomorrow that it's crossing down here at the same spot roughly, then I know I can't use that indicator. However, this one would work because, like I said, you get arrow, 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 and then it retests that band, and at that time it's going into the red, and that was red. I saw it. So you could take a trade here. I want to see where that trade goes now, if it even goes down or not. Or if I'm wrong and this indicator is right, if it just short trading goes up again. So I'm just gonna watch it run. Am I in a trade here? Why am I in a trade? Did I not close out? I thought, no, wait a minute. What is it? I didn't even close on my trade. Oh, yeah. I got lucky, I guess. Oh my God, it came all the way back, so I guess I got lucky on that one. That's too funny. This is what happens when you're tired. I just see the line, I'm like, why is there a line? Oh my God. Well, at least I closed it in my big account, so that's good. Like, how many pips was it? Holy crap, 48 pips. Oh. I was working too much today. Sorry. Like I said, I have scatterbrain. I was working on this template all day, back and forth, changing settings, copying it over, giving it to the other guys, let them test it, and feedback and changes, and I was going at it all day. My brain is pretty much fried at this point. I can't believe I forgot to close the trade out. That's luck. This could have gone the other way too, easily. Now it's pretty much a stop loss because that's, yeah. Yeah, I got lucky on that one. Gotta have a little luck every once in a while too, right? That's too funny. I got some ammo for my hater. Oh, he can't even set a stop loss. He's gonna love that one. Technically, it's a compliment if you have a hater, right? If no one knows you, no one can hate you. That's a good thing. I don't know. I just don't understand the motivation behind it. I didn't do anything to that guy. Maybe he's trying to sell his own system somewhere in his... I don't know. Maybe he makes a living out of that. I mean, he had a FX username, so maybe he has his own channel and tries to sell his system and just bashes people that give the same thing away for free. I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? I'm just thinking about it because I'm bored. So, what time is it now? 4, okay. I'll stay a little longer. I just want to see what that trade here does. I'm curious. And what it looks like later. Like I said, guys, if you have questions, then feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to answer questions. Now we get a green here again, see? We had a touch, we don't get an error because I set the band wider. But, I mean, what does it look like? We're retesting that zone. And even without error, we get a green here, and we're still in the green here. This would be a valid entry. I'm gonna test that theory. Let me see. Maybe it is a good thing to have that indicator. See, now we got already 2. This thing repaints like crazy. But I mean, you saw it before. Even if you enter a candle or even 5 candles later, you would still make your money, and this is a strong uptrend. Let me just buy this here. Let's see what happens. Just on the 0.01. Not recommended if you trade that for real. Like, you gotta wait on candle close, I'm just saying. I'm just testing things out, so I don't care about 0.01. Because basically all the error is if the price comes out of the band, and if I set it wider, you know, a touch is still basically, you could consider an error with a bullish candle afterwards. It's still a setup. And you're gonna see that if I'm right and this goes higher and the band shifts, all of a sudden you're going to have a white arrow down here. This is how that indicator works. So technically, if it pierces it and then you get a bullish candle afterwards, that's still a white arrow, just not without the arrow, if that makes sense. Just so you understand what I'm doing here. So this is what I'm thinking. Again, we broke the supply zone here and then retested it. This thing is still full on green, meaning we're in a strong uptrend, which we are. If you check the 4-hour chart, put a 200 EMA on it, you're gonna see that. And now we came down and we're back in the zone, and now we get a green again. So that looks for me like a break of resistance, retest, and next leg up. And that would be the confirmation here. So let's see. What was the first leg? Roughly about roughly 100 pips. So let's see how far this goes up. And now we have the wider settings. Maybe I should. I'm gonna try something here. I explain it later or tomorrow, and why I'm doing this. It's in my brain. I just can't formulate it, or actually I can. Okay, so I'm the reason why I'm widening the band right now, and the sensitivity basically when it comes to the arrows is, if you look at this here, I think we got an arrow here before. If I set this wider, I might not get an arrow here because we are in a strong trend. So I'm thinking maybe as soon as this is showing green and we're going over the line, I mean we were over the line as it was going up here. So maybe at that point you need to widen the band a little bit in order to not get a false signal here. So it actually keeps you in the trade all the way up to here. And you can see even with white settings, this comes way out of the band here, even on the wider settings with arrows. So you could have your exit right here. You know, as soon as that arrow appears, you can close it immediately right down here somewhere. And that, you know, if we get a second leg like this, I want to see if the wider setting would actually keep me in the trade longer. That's why I'm doing this. Because here we are full on green. So maybe that's the way to go. As soon as you see this going out over the line, maybe you should widen your settings to ensure that you stay in the trade longer. And then when you see this going down, maybe you should shorten it again. Does it make sense? No, yes, okay, nobody cares. That's fine. I'll talk with the guys about that tomorrow. Maybe we can make this this indicator like what you call it? What's the word? Dynamically adjusting. So as soon as this starts to go over the line, it widens, and then as it comes down, it gets smaller again automatically. That would actually be a really good idea. If you're still listening, Thiago, I don't know if that's possible. You're the programmer, but that would actually kind of like the TMA bands. You know, when it gets more volatile, it widens up, and then when the volatility slows down, you can see the kind of like the Bollinger Bands basically. Maybe we can do something like that with these bands too, that as soon as you come over the line here in the green, the sensitivity setting is decreased and band widened, so you're not getting a false signal here. And then as soon as it starts coming down, the band kind of like goes back together and you get your errors again. Maybe that's the right way to do it. Well, let's see what happens. Or I could be completely wrong and I'm getting stopped out here. Let me do this the right way. Here's your stop loss for all the haters and trolls. And I wonder if that actually could work. Heck, even if you just have a switch on the chart, you know, when you see that this happening here, flip a switch, make the band wider, and as soon as you see it coming down, flip a switch. Oh, you don't even need to. I mean, look at this. Even with the white setting, it goes way out of the band, and then you get your error. That would be your exit signal then. That could be the way to go. Just, you know, I mean, it would be semi-automatic, not really like an automatic indicator. But if you have some button on the chart, and then, you know, as soon as you see this, flip the switch, and the band goes white, and then you're not getting a false signal here. And then as soon, you know, as you see this happening, maybe halfway down, flip it on again, or make it tighter again as soon as it goes below here, which would keep you out of those arrows if you wait until it comes to the white line, and you definitely get your exit here. I think I'm onto something here. I gotta talk to Thiago tomorrow, see if he can do that. That would definitely solve that problem. And then, since we're slowing down, flip the switch again, put the settings, let's say, to 1.3 again, because we're below the white, and boom, there's the entry error. Look at this. That's what I mean. So you have a switch here, and then as soon as this goes below, you flip the switch, and boom, you got all your errors back, and the band is tighter again. And then when that goes out of the white line, you whiten the settings again, and then well, let's see how that trade works out, if that, you know, if that works in that regard, or if you just have to take that as at face value that it's red and going down. I don't think so, though. Well, now you know how my scatterbrain works. Yeah, but this could really work. You still there, Thiago? Are you still watching by any chance? I know you were here earlier, but I'm just curious. If not, it's not a big deal. I can talk to you tomorrow. Let me see if you're still on Telegram. Yeah, looks like he's not online anymore. I'm gonna talk with him about that tomorrow. Or maybe we need to keep it at that setting, and that was a valid signal. would have kept that arrow away. So if I get stopped out, I'm wrong. Obviously. Duh. Sorry, this is how my brain works. Just trying to think of how to improve this. I mean, technically, if you have it on the wider setting and you get your errors down there, and you do not get an error here. Oh, sorry. I apologize. You do not get an error here. You do not get an error here, then your exit would be here. It's still pretty much where it was. You would just miss that one small move down, but I mean, you could still take it all the way up here. Huh. And that was technically the lowest point, and it was still red. I don't know. What if I set this to 2? Still appears here. Would not touch here though. Okay, maybe 2 is a little bit too much. Let's try 1.8. See how that does. Yeah, we get the piece here. This could work. Oh, excuse me. How are you guys holding up? Yeah, he's in New York. He told me that earlier. Or yesterday, I think. I can't remember. Yeah, maybe we don't even need to do that. Maybe we just need to use a wider setting. Because then you would definitely get an arrow down here. And then you just wait for the green and a retouch. You could take the trade right here then. Which would be pretty much anyway at the same candle. You just don't have to sit through all of this. And then as you see it coming down, maybe take your first position here, second position here, or you just wait for your red, which was maybe I don't need that bottom indicator. Let me. Well, we're gonna see tomorrow. Like I said, I took a screenshot. And I'm gonna compare that to what it looks like tomorrow. This is the screenshot that I took. No, that's not the one. Where's the... That's not the one. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. So I took a screenshot of that, what it looked like here in the moment. And we're gonna compare that to tomorrow and see what it looks like tomorrow in hindsight. And then I can make a decision if I want to keep that bottom indicator or not, or if I just should go by this one. You know, we have a run up and we have a cross here, so that would make it valid, so we can enter. I mean, even if we enter here, that's still fine. And then, you know, we would not get a signal here because that band is a lot wider now. And then we get a touch here, but we're full on green, so we don't do anything. We get a touch here, full on green. We get a candle and an arrow out of the zone. And even if we wait for red, which probably happened right around here. Yeah, see, in comparison. On this one, it was right on this candle here. And downshifted back. But even if the red comes in here, then all you have to do is wait for another touch of the band up here. Or close to it, or whatever. Let's see, if it goes down, then this was wrong and this was right. If it goes up, well, you get the idea. I don't know how to formulate that out, but you. I'm definitely going to keep that screenshot open and look at it tomorrow. Because that would determine which indicator is right, this one or this one. Depending on where it goes now. I mean, we did have a green here. Well, came in on this candle. Maybe you should do the same thing, like if you get the red right here, don't take the trade here, but wait for the retest here. And then literally just wait for the, yeah, let me leave it like that. Want to see how that does. Yeah, like I said, it came in on this candle, or maybe even this candle, because it took the screenshot a little later. You know, if you see this, then you just wait for your next touch of the upper band and take a sell there and get out of your position. And then same here. You know, this has touched the band before and you get a bullish candle. And you know, on green, this was the first candle that was green. And now we just wait for a retouch and then it goes up, or it does a retouch and goes down. So that's the question here now. That's what I'm trying to get at. I hope you guys can follow me out there. I'm probably stumbling all over my words. I'm sorry. I apologize. I hope you kind of understand what I'm trying to say. So this will determine how to go about that. Because if it does indeed go down, then this has its validity. Is that the word? But if it goes up, then, I'm sorry, if it goes up, this indicator has a purpose, but if it goes down and just shifts back and shows me a crossover here tomorrow too, you know, going down over the zero line at around that spot, then this indicator is useless. And this is more accurate than, you know, even if the red comes in here, you know, you could take a starter position here and then see if you get a retouch and take a second one here. Put your stop loss above here and off to the races you go. Let's see. That would mean that the wider setting and the arrow is still more powerful than the bottom indicator, basically. If this gets, that's what I'm trying to get at. I hope you can understand what I'm saying here. Wonder. Yeah, see, like here. You know, when we get the arrow here, maybe not on the first one, but then we see it going down and we get a second one higher up. And then if we wait for the red, if that shifts 3-4 candles back, it probably came in right around here. And at that point, this was still green. So is it gonna be something like that now, where it just continues down and I'm gonna get stopped out? Or is it a continuation and this indicator has a place? That's what I'm trying to get at. Hope that makes sense. What? What? Go to sleep. What you doing? Hmm? Maybe it is a continuation trade. Or we have to just take the touch of the band or piercing of the band just the same as an arrow. In that case, then you get out here, go in the other way, you touch here, you go in the other way. But this is what I did yesterday and it got me in trouble, so I don't know, I can't do that either. I guess you really just have to pick your trades, but you can't just go all day long. If the conditions are not there, then you probably should not trade the system. Just trade it when I'm sorry, I apologize. Just trade it when you see something like that. And then the moment you see this coming out here, widen up the band, and then you're still gonna get an exit signal, and then you're just done. You just cannot take a trade here. Just have to skip a few. Better than losing. I still have my alerts on AuCAD. Oh, would you look at that? Really? Did I say something like that? That we're gonna get ourselves set up and it's gonna go down? But I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe I should make 17,000% a month. That's too funny. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, I tried to explain to him yesterday that, you know, he said something like, "But it's in a downtrend. You would have not taken that trade unless you don't know what you're doing." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a reversal trader, idiot. And that's what my system does." So yes, I would have taken that trade. Oh yeah, you can say it in hindsight, whatever. And I'll prove him wrong and I'm still a loser. Can't get it right with that guy. Yeah, if you want to hear that conversation, that was pretty much at the end of the session last night. So you can hear that conversation. And I even called him out. I said, look, you know, if I do the same thing tomorrow before the session starts and I find a Forex pair and I tell you what's going to happen, are you going to believe me then? With that settled. Oh, you can't do it. You just call out trades in hindsight. You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know how to trade and blah. I'm like, okay, well then would that settle it if I call it out before the session and it would happen? And then he just got a little huffy and puffy, so I just ignored him at the end. But you can see that in the replay if you want to watch it. It's like literally right before the end. You can skip forward. And that's why when I told him I'm going to do that today, and then today, you're going to see that in the recording too if you haven't been here. Right in the beginning, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember. I have to find a Forex pair and do it not in hindsight and call it out before it happens. And then literally the first pair I click on my symbol changer, odd cat, I see that similar setup, just the other way around, going short. So I called it out. I said, when we go into the session, personally, I would look for price to go up and give me a sell setup. That's exactly what happened. I just have to adjust the settings now so I can actually get into that trade. Let me see what it looks like now. Yeah, see now so you can take this one at face value. And this has shifted down now because this was full on green. See? I told you that looks like a good setup. We got 5 candles spiking into the supply zone and a big push down. That would have been a perfect setup. And even on this one, even if you wait until here or here, and you just push up and get a second order in, you know, and then you close it out right when it hits the band or here. That would have been 20 pips, really. Wow. Oh yeah, we talked about that already. Sorry, I'm just fascinated. I don't usually trade Forex pairs. So you sit through all of this for 20 pips? Really? That's crazy. Yeah, maybe I have to toss this indicator and just use the top one and just wait for the red. You know, even if I get in a candle later or whatever, I'm still a nice trade. So, because if I remember correctly, this was green. So this does not help me at all. I'll just get rid of this. I don't like this anyway. This is not working the way it's supposed to work. However, this one, even if it's a little late, is still a good confirmation. Let's try this. Just have to wait for confirmation. Oh, whoops. Huh? Oh. I'm getting tired, I'm sorry. Let's just try this indicator alone. So we get a touch on the band, and then we wait for the green, which we got on this candle. And that would be a setup then. We couldn't take it here because it was still red, but on this candle it turned green. And then if you want, you know, on the big pushback, put your second order in underneath. But that's pretty much where I'm at with my average anyway. Let's just see how that works out. Maybe that's the better way to go. I better get in late than not at all. That would also mean that we wouldn't have not gotten into this trade until right around here, or maybe even this candle. But that's still, what is that, 20, 23, 22, 23 pips? Stop loss, that's not bad. And then you have that run up. If you get a push like that out of the band, you know, or even here, you know, 66 pips, that's a 1 to 3 right there. And I mean, technically, you really could wait until this goes below. And look at that. I mean, if it gets you in the trade late, then it might keep you in the trade longer too, which it does. Maybe that's the way to go. All right. Let's see how that works out. And then I think I'm gonna call it a night for tonight. If you have any ideas, throw them at me. I'm always happy to see feedback, unless someone calls me a loser, because I called him out on this BS. I really just want to know the motivation behind it. It just baffles me. What is he getting out of it? If he is telling the truth, which I highly doubt, and he does make 17,000% a month, I mean, what are you doing on YouTube watching my videos? You know. But then if he's just making stuff up, which is more likely what I believe, but still, what you getting out of it? Like, why would you start hating on someone else? I don't get that. I guess I don't have that messed up mind that some people have. It's like borderline crazy. Maybe he has anger issues. I don't know. I got me a hater. So weed. So yeah, that works. Touch still counts, and if you get a green, that trade actually works out just fine. I think that's the way to go. Let me see those settings again. I'm gonna pull this over on the other screen so I'm not bothering you. Duh. Alright, let me see those settings. Where is it? Oh. Yeah, that didn't work. So let's put this back. Trying to figure out what that indicator is based on. I know it's a good indicator, and I had a feeling that would come in handy, but I'm trying to figure out what it does and how I adjust the settings. It's all about font size and color. I don't care about that. Font color. Oh, okay, here we have it. So it calculates the ATR in. Now what is that? I gotta Google that and see what that is. Never heard of it. That's all about font size again, position. So it's basically just these settings here, huh? I can't really read that. Huh. Let me Google that, see if I can come up with anything. Gotta look into that more. I'm not in the mood to do some research now. I guess the Plaid safer should set it on the other side. No, we're waiting on an arrow. Nope, nope, I'm not gonna do that. I mean, if it pierces the band, then I can still manually close it. I want to see how that goes. Oh, I get it. I get it. Maybe he didn't like my introduction video. Trade 1000 to a Tesla Model S Plaid. Maybe that's why he was exaggerating about 17,000% a month. I don't know. Maybe he was just being sarcastic. Yeah, I think it's just a hater from another channel, something like that. That's probably what it comes down to. Alright, what you gonna do? Are you gonna go up or are you gonna go down? Make up your mind. I mean, if you just play it as a retest, you could have taken your entry right here on the to get a good entry. Alright, let's just see what happens. Ooh. Yeah, just so you guys know, if you're just looking for a signal service, you found the wrong channel. That's for sure. That's not what I'm doing here. You should never follow anyone's signal. You need to learn how to do that yourself. Yeah, what if you find a signal service that actually works, and then for some reason, let's say that guy passes away or has an accident or something, what you gonna do then? Starve? So if that's the reason you're here, that's that is not what's going on here. So, and you got the wrong idea. I'm trying to develop that system and make it so that it's easier for you to trade, but you still have to have an understanding of the market, a little bit at least. I mean, I try to make it as easy as possible, but there's only so much indicators can do. You gotta still, still have to understand what's going on in the market. Learn about market maker method, which I strongly believe in after trading for a while. I don't trade it personally, but you learn a few nuggets here and there when you study that method. That definitely helps you out, whatever strategy you are trading. So definitely don't skip the education point or part. Don't follow blindly someone else. That's never going to work out in the end. You're way better off to actually learn how to trade and then be your own signal provider. Definitely do not follow FXFX for 17,000% a month, because I guarantee it's not going to happen. Maybe you just got the wrong idea. I don't know. Whatever. Let's see if it's a continuation. Then we should get a higher high too. Hey, I still got 3 viewers. Wow. I can guarantee you one of them is my hater. My merch is going online next week. T-shirts, and it says "I got a hater" if you want one. Only $5. No, I'm just kidding. No merch here yet. Anyway, I don't know. Never even thought about it. That would be funny though. Basically, all I'm thinking about right now is how can I adjust the system so I'm not getting an entry here that is valid, that would actually get me through this and take the next push up instead of taking an entry here. And I can't do that before I watch that video tomorrow. And then compare it side by side, what it looks like. Maybe widening the band is the way to go. me see how far I can go here before I do not get an arrow. Let's go back to 2. I definitely would have gotten that one. Question is, I would have gotten that one. But even if I just get a pierce here and take that as a white arrow and then get the cross over here, even if it's on 5 candles forward, let's say we get it here, that's still a good entry. And we have the demand zone right here too at that point. I wish I would have taken a screenshot right here, so I have to rewatch it tomorrow. Alright, what time is it? 5. Anyway, it's 5 a.m. here now, so I'm gonna call it quits. I definitely learned a few things tomorrow. I'm gonna work on it again and then see what I can come up with. Do some brainstorming with my peeps. And then maybe we can come up with something even better. But I think widening the band is the way to go. And just take the touches as arrows, because that's basically what it is. It's just not visible as arrow because the band is just not as wide, but it would still qualify if you see this in conjunction with it, so you could still take that trade if you wanted to, if this plays along. And same here, you know, if this comes all the way down here and you see it's already green, I mean, you could take an entry here too. When you see this coming down, touching the band, you see this already green, and then just catch it on the way back and ride it all the way up. Something like that. Or you're still in that trade, which, yeah, would have gotten you out at the same place. So that would have worked out. I think that's not a bad idea. Same thing here. Even if you just get a spike, you know, you pierce the band. So if you have a smaller band, you know there's an arrow, and then you see this happening. Even if it's here, you know, I mean, what is it? 5 candles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it happened here on that candle, or even here on this candle. That's still a good entry. I mean, look at this. So 20 pips, and then if it can keep you in the trade longer, it's worth it. Look at that. Or you're still in that trade because it never did touch up here. I think maybe it did touch here, but then yeah, you do a quick trade down, and then you get another trade going back up. Yeah, I'm gonna talk with the other guys tomorrow. I find out. I'm just gonna set my stop to break even, and then If I'm right, it's gonna go higher, so right above here. And then see what happens by the time I wake up tomorrow. Anyways, you guys have a good night. Thanks for being here, and I promise I'm gonna work on it as quickly as I can. And then once we're all happy, we're gonna release it to you guys, and then you can play with it too, and maybe you can come up with even something better. That's up to you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for keeping me company. And if you're not subscribed yet, please subscribe. And if you don't subscribe, at least leave me a like. If you're a hater, you can leave a thumbs down too. That's fine. YouTube still takes it into consideration. I'm okay with that. So be my guest. Thanks again for being here. And like I said, we're gonna get this done. We're almost there. We're almost there. I would say we're like 80% there. And then you guys can play with it. All right. And like I said, I'm not charging anything. I don't want any money from you guys. There's no membership fee. There's no fee for the template. Nothing. You can just have it and then play with it yourself. Just don't hold me responsible. That's the only requirement. And yeah. And if you want to tip me, that's fine. Maybe I can come up with some tip link or Cash App or something like that. But that's completely voluntary. So you don't have to do that. But hey, if you make some money with it, you know, you can drop me $5 for a coffee or something. I'm just kidding. I don't care. I'm doing this for fun, and you know, if I have something nice like this and get it working right, then I mean, I might just use it myself, right? It makes trading a lot easier. You don't have to worry about you know, preparing and looking at higher time frames and drawing your trend lines and resistances and marking up your charts and all that. If you have something like that and it works, then you know, why not? If it can make your life easier. Anyway, just wanted you to know where I'm coming from. And what is tomorrow? Oh, Friday. No, wait. Today was Wednesday, so tomorrow is Thursday night. Yeah, I'll be back Thursday night. Let's do it. See, maybe I can make some improvements until tomorrow night. I'm gonna live stream tomorrow again. So if you want to join tomorrow, again, 12:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2.5 hours before London opens. That gives me a 30-minute window before my session starts, so I can answer questions or go over the details again or explain the improvements or changes so you understand and can follow along. But I think we already heaps and bounds up from where we were yesterday. If you compare the templates, it's definitely a huge difference just visually. Anyway, I'm starting ranting and going to bed. Thanks for being here. Good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.